volume, pop up the volume. Okay. I'm gonna actually turn down the music a little bit because it might be a little.
I'm gonna close my window because my landlord is here.
Good idea.
Alright, so 3, 2, 1. Let's go, lesbians!
Let's go!
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Into the Multiverse. So, Into the Multiverse is a series of D&D campaigns, all set in the world of Gostar, a ballsack world dangling from the elemental chaos. And each game in Into the Multiverse, each campaign, is set in an alternate timeline or reality. And this one follows the story of the PB Rebellium. And so last we left off, the PB Rebellium had saved the city of Orkill, and there was a massive celebratory meal and just party for them in the Misty Inn, where everyone got incredibly drunk and happy and giddy and danced all night, but drunk a lot, drunk a whole bunch. So, as we do our introductions before this game, after you give your introduction, I would like you to roll a d12 and remove your constitution modifier from that roll. We're not going to do this for everyone, because not everyone was super drunk. But I'll tell you if you to do it at the end of your introduction. And we're going to see how long you're going to be hungover for. Okay, so to start things off, Sheris, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, hello, I'm Sharis, and I play Rael, who is a changeling paladin that follows the Oath of Glory. He is designated dad number 1 of the group. He's the disciplinary dad.
Okay.
Yeah, he got rather shit-faced last session, but is in a rather happy mood, in a way, despite that, so...
Wonderful.
Lovely
stuff. Okay. And will you roll me a d12, please? And also, you can subtract your constitution modifier from this.
My con is 0. So.
Perfect. Straight roll. Go for it.
4.
4. Okay, that's not bad. So for the next 4 hours, you're
Nice.
considered poisoned.
Oh.
So,
no.
So you have
That's
a
not
disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks for the next 4 hours as you're trying
Nice.
to recover and to gather yourself. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Sheris. Next, we're moving on to yourself, Kat. Would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Kat. I play Quill. She's a thieving bard, part-time rogue. She sees ghosts whenever they want to pop up, which is when she usually needs them to pop up, they never pop up. It's like they're just around her being like, nah, you can do it yourself.
Nah.
She has a 9-foot tall son, lizard man.
Yes.
And she's currently also shit-faced and
Yep.
very sad.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Oh.
just happy, but sad.
Yeah, we'll get straight on to that, like, pretty soon.
Yeah.
This could be a fun one to jump into.
Hey, D12?
D12, go for it, and remove your constitution modifier from the roll.
Oh, shit, 12?
Okay!
And then take away my
Come on.
constitution. Fuck, where is it? Okay, 12 take away 3.
Oh, pretty
9.
hardy. 9 for, okay, well, you're pretty... There's a little bit of, like, puke in your mouth right now that you're kind of just swallowing down as you're waking up. If for the next 9 hours, you're poisoned.
Hell yeah, baby.
Eyes burning in your head, your brain is on fire, and every tiny little movement and noise sends needles through your temples.
Currently how I feel, because I'm also a little bit hungover.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very
Yay.
much. All right. And next, Maggie, will you please introduce yourself?
Hi everybody, I am Maggie Mikan and I play in this game. My Wi-Fi is really bad and I missed the last session, so this is going to be fun to see what the hell is going on.
Absolutely. Luckily,
Yeah.
Oscar's a good boy and hasn't really been drinking, so we won't get you to roll.
Yeah, boy.
And a quick update on that later as well, what Oscar and Ghostly were both up to.
Thank you.
Okay, Beautiful. Thank you very much, Maggie. Next, we move on to yourself, Marissa, and happy birthday. Everyone in the stream watching, please wish.
Happy
To you.
Happy birthday to you.
To you.
Happy birthday to
Happy
Marissa.
birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Hi.
Yes, take it away.
Hi, I'm Marissa. It is my birthday. Woo! I aged. I play Mysterious Spoons. It is not her birthday. She's an albino tiefling cleric. Majors in Arcana. Last session, she managed to get a katana, which is not so good of an idea, but somehow she likes it, so she's gonna keep it and get Rael to teach her. And she's also managed to get her hands on her Arcana tablet, which is amazing.
Fuck that.
Yeah, unbeknownst to her, there's a mystery Shahil and Rael somewhere out in the world faking that they took stuff, so that's exciting. But yeah, she was force-fed a bottle of whiskey, so let's see what the hell happens to her.
Yeah. So what? Yes. Go ahead.
Oh god, is it a
D12, yeah, and
Okay.
minus your Constitution modifier.
That's a 3.
3. That's not bad. You know, you were hit hard late in the night, but you know, as the night went on, you managed to drink plenty of water and milk and everything else. And we will find out where you are later. But for the next 3 hours, you are hungover. Before this game as well, for anyone watching, I have gotten all of the players to roll a D100 to see what the hell happened to them last night and where they are. Hence why we have a picture of the city of Orko currently. It's going to be Where's Wally? We got to try to find them all.
That's great.
Brilliant. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, Marissa. Happy birthday again.
Woo! Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we got yourself, Cass.
Hey yo, it's Cass in the house.
Boo!
Hello, I am Cassiel, also known as Cass. I play Shahil, who has recently gone from a murderous, angry little man to a soft man who just accidentally called someone's mom a whore. I think it was Quill. Yeah, called Quill.
Yeah, you called my mom a whore. That's fine.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Thank you. I am a warlock kind of bard. I'm just kind of sitting. I do a lot of shit, and that's it. I'm gonna roll now. Thank you.
Go for it. Take it away.
Where the fuck did that shit go? Oh fuck me, dude. That's an 11.
11. Wow.
Oh,
Minus
God.
your con? What's...
my con's 0. Dude.
Alright, so you out of everyone
Yeah.
are just absolutely... You don't know what kind of beast you became last night. But right now, you feel awful. You
Okay.
feel like a little turd. And we'll get back to you soon enough. Wonderful. So you're poisoned for the next 11 hours. Okay. Thank you,
Oh,
Cass.
God.
And now finally, Patema. Quick question as well. Do you think Ghostly drunk anything last night?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, first of all, I'll get you to do your wonderful introduction for Ghostly O'Keefe.
Hello, I'm Patema, and I play Ghostly O'Keefe, the most powerful wizard in the world, savior of all the people,
And chickens.
and chickens.
There you go.
And we have, because both yourself and Maggie were missing last night, I will go on and explain exactly what Ghostly and Oscar got up to last night. But because Ghostly had a few drinks, I will get you to make a Constitution saving throw, please. No, not Constitution, sorry, roll D20, please. 12! Oh my god!
You also hungover?
No!
Gabe is also poisoned for the next 12 hours.
That is a 1.
1! Wow, and that's minus your Constitution modifier?
I rolled a 4.
Wow, okay, so
Oh,
you
nice.
were pretty tame last night. Mainly to do a recap of what happened last night. Yourself and Oscar mainly spent the night dancing together. and he told you stories about how he was pretty goofy as well. When he was first learning to dance, he took you out and taught you how to dance quite well. He said as well when he was younger, he used to trip over his tail and stumble all over the place, but you had a laugh, you had a really good time. And then as you got sleepy, as the alcohol hit you, Oscar went back to the fancy hotel that you've all been staying in and carried you all the way back to bed, and you fell asleep in his arms. And we'll get to you where you are.
Oh.
So sweet.
Okie dokie. So, jumping straight into the story, we start as the sun begins to rise in the city of Orkhill, and people begin to set up their stalls outside their businesses. In the early morning, there's a cool mist creeping in, as even though it's summer in the Vale currently, there's been a lot of heavy snowfall. It's been cold, it's been frigid, and the weather's been getting progressively worse throughout the days here in Orkhill and just in the Vale in general. And so it is chilly. People are kind of wrapped up, setting up their stalls, putting whatever furs they can on themselves, and even some horses are wrapped up just to stay a bit warm. And we continue down the street into a dark, dim, chilly alleyway where the winged tiefling Wisteria wakes up, surrounded by 3 urchins. One seems to be a were-rat, and these 3 children are currently counting out the coin from Wisteria's coin purse, and another one has a pair of shears. And they are debating how much they can sell Wisteria's hair for if they were to shave her. So the 3 of them are just like,
oh my god.
alright,
I know.
alright.
Kids are thinking about shaving me.
They're kind of kicking away the booze bottles around you, and you're kind of just coming to, just slouched over, one wing like over you, and the kids are also just like, alright, so if we were to sell all of these feathers, for example, we could make we just pluck her like a chicken, sell a bunch of feathers to the pillow shop, and we'd be swimming in the dosh. Like right now, she's got about 900 gold on her, and that between all of us is easily like 300, 400 gold. We take these feathers, shave her hair. Oh, we're gonna be set for life. What is Wisteria doing as she comes to?
Oh god. I don't even know.
Okay, you know what?
Birthday.
We can happy birthday. We can come back to you. You can be thinking about what you're doing next, as one of these the little rat kid is moving towards you with the shade, with the razor.
No.
All right, we will come back to you in a moment. Okay, so we're gonna go to the fancy hotel. Quill, you wake up.
Oh my god.
In the hallway of the wonderful hotel that you've been put up by the Queen of Orkhill in. You roll over and your body is plastered and sticky with paint. You are smothered in paint head to toe, and you're starting to hear these murmurs off to the side, which are just causing your brain to pulse with pain. You roll over to find 2 very beautiful Kenkus, also smothered in paint, half naked, more or less naked, covered by bed sheets and paint as well, covering up anything that isn't very appropriate for just walking around in public. You then take a few minutes to kind of peel your face off the paint and ink soaked sheets to find a plethora of canvases thrown up on the walls. You can't quite make out what they are. Some of them look like they could be some sort of bird figure that you've painted. There's also figures like of a mother-like figure in some of these paintings, and everything is spattered with blood. And some blood. So there is a bit of blood, but also paint. And there are canvases with holes punched in them, slashed to pieces. And at the center of this hall, there's a few nobles, and you've caught their attention, and they're starting to mumble to themselves, just talking about how revolutionary
this all is. My goodness, I've never seen the likes of it before. This person is making big steps in the art world. My God.
Some of them have tears in their eyes. Some of them are just, just standing, arms folded, absolutely marveling at these wonderful pieces thrown around them. And they're starting to chat to each other and say,
And did you hear about the vigilante running around last night? The antlered, horned beast in furs and capes. We weren't sure if it was human or not, or humanoid. It was just, peeping in windows, saving people, apparently.
and
Excuse me.
Huh.
Can you guys shut the fuck up for a second?
Right, yes, we can't disturb
Sorry.
the...
I'm not usually this rude, but oh, my head.
they're all watching you, just super intently, just thinking this is a whole performance piece that you're putting together, and they're just like, oh my God, holy crap, this is incredible.
Where are the ladies around me?
One's at the base of the bed where you are currently curled up, and another one is just thrown across the pillows, one hand like over the side of the banister of this bed. And there are scrape marks all along the tiles where you've clearly dragged this bed out of your bedroom somehow and brought it into this hallway.
How? Are the ladies awake?
No, they're absolutely just out of it. They're gone. They're not dead. They're for sure. They're just like, totally blacked out, drunk, unconscious on the bed.
Are they covered or are they?
More or less. Whatever is not covered up is covered in paint.
Okay, she's gonna sit up.
Yeah.
She doesn't care if she's naked, but she's worried about the random strangers in her bed. You, dude with the stupid feather.
Oh, yes!
I'm going to be taking part in the artwork.
He stumbles forward.
No, that's not what. Wait, what? Artwork? How long have I been out?
We have no idea. We were like this when we found you.
I believe that you are painting all night. We heard you throughout the night screaming and cawing. It starts to play this tune, and we decided to check what was happening the next morning and see this beautiful piece before us. I've never seen the likes of this artwork before.
Artwork? Why am I sticky? What the fuck? Why am I blue? What?
Alright. We're
She's gonna try and wake up the ladies, and we can go to someone else while she's trying to do that.
roll some checks for them. So they do slowly start to wake up, kind of holding their heads and not really caring where they are, what they're doing. One of them keels over and just vomits a little bit onto the bed sheets and kind of rolls over onto the floor and picks up a few random clothes and just throws them around themselves and starts looking at all of you, nodding, and shuffles through the crowd and heads down the hallway.
Well, okay. Bye.
Next one as well is looking at you kind of with a big sleepy grin on their face, but also holding their head like they're in extreme pain.
I'm gonna try and keep it quiet, but what? I'm sorry, ma'am, but do you remember what happened last night?
You're amazing. She just falls back onto the bed again.
Thanks. Oh, I'm gonna regret this. Was I meant to pay you or something?
Oh no, bitch, no. The pleasure's
okay.
all mine.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Apparently we made artwork.
We did.
Do
We
you...
really did. And she just kind of dozes back to sleep, just...
Do any of you want to buy any of this?
Oh no, we'd never remove it from this this opportunity. This is incredible. We're going to try to preserve this as best we can.
Please wash the sheets. That's all I ask.
You know what? Give me a persuasion check, actually.
With disadvantage.
With a disadvantage, absolutely.
It's fine. It's a natural one already.
Natural one. Yeah, they're just
Oh yeah.
just kind of stepping back. Actually, the one that you called forward is already kind of stepping back, afraid that he's disturbed this beautiful hallway. All right. Moving on. The sunlight rises and hits your eyelids, Shahil. So you find yourself upside down at the other end of the bed in a strange, distorted pose. And you find yourself wearing a suit cobbled together from bits and pieces of skins and various animals. You've got this hood hat covering your face that you're going to have to pull off. And there's a pair of stag antlers attached to it. Kind of broken now, and they have like bits of food and other bits of clothing and stuff. There's a bra attached onto the antlers as well. And you pull yourself out of bed. No idea what you what you got up to last night. The window is slightly ajar and smashed, and bits of broken glass lie on the chair just that's underneath the window itself, and there's a trail of broken glass towards the bed.
Fuck you, man. He's just gonna sit up and just kind of, he's in a lot of pain, and just gonna feel around on himself and feel this like nasty ass suit, just bunch of different skin textures and fur and whatnot, and he's just gonna take it off.
Yeah,
just straight up, taking all of it off, and he's going into the tub of water and just sitting.
Sure, perfect.
That's it.
Hop into that bath, and you know what? Lying in this bath will remove 1 hour of your hangover a little bit, as you do take a moment of pause just to
only have 10 hours.
soak.
Oh yeah, thank you.
All right. Moving on then to Ghostly. You wake up. And there, just beside you on the bedside table, there is a letter, carefully folded and sealed with a little bit of golden wax. And alongside that, there is a white lily.
Little Wisteria, do you want a letter?
Just tilts his head to the side.
Is it addressed to Ghostly?
Yes. It just says it says my family actually on the front.
I guess she'll open it.
Okay. In a bit, I'm going to send this piece of text to you.
Okay.
And you can have a read of it, and when we get back to you, you can decide to read this aloud, or you can save it for whenever you want.
Okay.
I'm going to give that to you as you begin
Cool.
to...
I'm actually going to run to the bathroom then.
Yeah,
while I read
perfect.
that.
So you have a little read through that. And now, we move on to the Misty Inn. So, you wake up in the Misty Inn, Rael. You are sitting upright in a chair with a quill in your hand and an ink pot that is long dried out at this stage. In your hand is a crinkled letter with the ink is starting to has kind of melted away, or like dripped in sections, and is stained slightly, probably like from water or tear stains or something like that. It's a bit scratched up and bashed up. And you were starting a letter. You look down at the sheet of paper, and it just says, "Dear," and then there's just a long scribble going all the way down, where your hand obviously dragged along the letter and
God.
fell down to the side.
Oh no.
There is Bubbles sitting right beside you, just kind of slouched over, just tongue out, drooling. And you take in the scene of the Misty Inn around you. Brad Croft, and Bend Over, is sitting at a bar with a couple of whiskeys with an egg yolk inside. There's a small gnome kind of just sipping on a tea at one of the desks. You see Corgi Dane just kind of playing some cards with himself, eating some bits of bread and honey and a bit of meat. And I forgot. Oh yeah. You've also got the owner, the giant of man who owns the Misty Inn, just kind of picking up bits of rubble that have fallen out from the ceiling, and he's kind of sweeping up broken glasses and pots. The two musicians who are playing, the two dwarven musicians, are just seem pretty happy, pretty chill, just having some fish and bread and honey. And the door creaks open, and a hooded figure makes their way across to the counter and starts chatting to the lady who owns the inn. And you get a glimpse of them in your... Actually, no, give me a perception check.
Oh boy.
With a disadvantage.
1, 2. Okay, that's not too bad. That's a 16.
16. So as this character kind of slowly makes their way along the ground, you start to... That's kind of what wakes you, is their footsteps walking along bits of broken glass, breaking a little more and crunching beneath their boots. They have a hood up, but you do catch a glimpse beneath their glasses, the flash of these incredibly bright lavender eyes that glance at you for a moment and continue to the counter. They begin to question the innkeeper. They seem to be looking for someone.
Lavender eyes. Do I recognize any lavender eyes?
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, okay. Oh god. Okay, it's just pinching the bridge of his nose, like. Oh god, my head. I'm gonna look down at the letter in my hand and just read it and be like.
Take some time to read it, and it is a letter from your father, just saying how proud he is of all of the work that you've been doing in Ringroth for the king, and he's just so proud to call you his son, how you've changed your ways and moved your way up through the ranks up into the commander, the leader of a part of Rimgroth's military now, and he couldn't be prouder, and he's just is wishing you well.
Oh, father. He's just gonna stare down at the letter and just hold it between his hands and just give a small smile. He's gonna just rub his face to wake up, give it a bit of a. Is his eyes sore or anything? Like.
Your eyes are like probably bloodshot. The light coming through the window is searing when you do look at it, and like the dim, dingy bar that you're in, as you look back into the dim, dingy bar, it's a little more comforting and just easier on the eyes, even though it is an absolute state right now.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna fold up the letter and put it in my pouch. I'm gonna give Bubbles a little pat.
It kind of just melts a little bit.
And I want to try and see if I can get a closer look at this hooded figure, but kind of look around, seeing that okay, no one else is here. I guess I should try and find people.
Okay, are you getting any closer to check out this hooded figure or not?
Can I do it in a sort of sneaky-ish way, just to like go to the bar and get a drink?
Okay.
But like try and get a look at the face at the same time.
Yeah, you know
inconspicuous.
You can either give me a performance check or a stealth check. It's up to yourself.
Okay. Is that with disadvantage as well?
Yes, yeah. Everything's going to be at a disadvantage for a while.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. I just bear that in mind. Okay. that's actually not bad. I'm gonna do stealth, and that's a 17.
Okay, so you kind of make your way to the bar and kind of ask for a drink, and the lady kind of stops her conversation with this individual, and kind of makes her way over to you, and you kind of peer into their face, and you can see now below the hood every detail about them. But we're gonna get back to you in a few minutes.
Interesting. Okay.
Going back to the alleyway. Wisteria, how are you dealing with this? As this child with the razor is coming right up to you now, kind of grabbing your hair and just.
Wait. He's already shearing?
No, he's going to. He's kind of grabbing hold of your hair now, thinking you're still asleep, and he's going to start just bringing the shears towards your. Kind of clipping it more than anything, kind of clipping the shears together. Just.
I feel like with the sound of the buzzing, Wisteria's just gonna open her eyes and be like, "Oh God, Oscar, I'll go up in a minute, please. Like, I know we gotta go. I know." And just like open her eyes ever so slightly and be like, "You know, you do not look like Oscar. Who? Wait! What are you doing?
We're going to take your hair.
No, you're not.
We're going to sell it. Now.
My hair.
Boys, I'll get the hair. You take the money, run.
And they're like,
Oh, yeah, all right.
and then one of these kids just starts running with the pouch of gold.
What do you mean? What's that?
They have like your coin purse, and they're just running out of the alleyway.
Can I just like? I feel like she's just gonna stumbly like get up and like, "Oh, you little kids have done it now. Oh no, that's a lot of gold.
Oh, boys, run.
They're already.
Can I? Wait.
Yeah?
Okay. Can I? How far away are they from me?
They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're 30 feet.
Can I use the froggy amulet to just?
Oh, you just bound towards them? Yeah, sure,
to
absolutely.
bounce right in front of them.
Yeah, sure. So you just, because you can't go like in a quite straight line, but we'll say you just land right here, right in front of them. Dashing past, the kid falls back with the shears.
Oh dear. Can I bonk them with my katana? I mean, it's inside the case, it's fine, but I just want to bonk their heads and go, "No, bad kids!"
Yes.
Kind of hit them on the heads and go like, "Just stop! That's, oh my God, my head!"
Make me an attack roll with a disadvantage.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, no, she's got us now.
Wait, what do I add with the attack?
It's gonna be your strength modifier.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, they're both really good! I got a 16!
Nice! So just clamp the back of both these heads. You know what, for this, you could roll a d8 for if you want to do any damage. You don't want to do any damage? That's fine. We can
I don't want to do any damage.
Okay,
I just
cool.
want to, like,
Yeah. You just...
make them fall over so I can just swoop my money and...
Absolutely. So you just smash this against the head. You know, they're going to just make some checks. The pair of them, yeah, just collapse down to the ground. They slip on the ice, and the coin purse just skids across the ice. And they're like, "Oh, that was me! Oh, no!
You want to shave my head!
Oh,
for
ma'am.
money! What were you even gonna do with my hair?
We gotta sell it. Well, we weren't gonna touch your hair. You just came out of nowhere and beat the hell out of us."
And then one of these two kids just crying on the ground.
What do you even mean?
This one lady comes over and she's like, "Oh my goodness, are you alright?"
Don't ask if they're alright. They stole my money and we're gonna shave me.
Give me a persuasion check.
With disadvantage or?
Yes.
am I-
Yeah. You are a wreck. You have a bit of vomit on you. You just like hair standing out to the side. These kids look pretty well put together.
Was it persuasion?
Persuasion, yeah. It's against this kid's
That's
deception.
a 15.
This kid got a 22 on their
What
deception.
the fuck?
And they're like,
Oh, she just this little monster just came out of the alley and they tried to steal our money. And then now she's beating us.
and she's like, "Oh, right, well, listen, come along, kids, go, hurry. And they just kind of turn around and just stick their tongues out at you.
I saved you guys from from demons. I'll get you guys one day. You'll see. I'll shave your heads. What the hell I'm even gonna sell my hair for? Like, what do you even use this for? You gonna make tiny wigs for rats?
See the one little rat kid just peep around the corner and like just dash up past you. Alright.
What is this smell?
Picking up the coin purse, you are missing 10 gold coins that they did manage to just nab for themselves. But other than that, you have everything.
It's fine. I still got a fair bit. Little shits though.
As you are kind of pulling together your coins and everything else and counting through it, you see a small little explosion off down the second alley across from you, and Seraphina just kind of walks out, putting on her armor as she does, like putting on the straps again, and you can see these two like beaten to shit kind of hobos in the alleyway. And she's just kind of she's just punched the two of them, or just smacked the two of them with the blunt of her sword. One of their jackets are on fire and they're trying to like pat it out. And she just turns to you. Shall we go?
Yeah, let's go. I'm not gonna lie, Seraphina. I have no idea where I am.
Yeah, give me a survival check. With the
All of this is with disadvantage. Yep, there it is. It's okay, because I've got a... Oh no, disadvantage. I was about to say, it's okay guys, I've got a +5 on it. That's a 7.
7. We're going to say you spend the better half of a few hours trying to find the Misty Inn and asking around, but eventually you do get there. It just takes quite some time.
Okay.
Okay. Moving then, we're going to go back to this fancy place. Are you back, Patema?
Yes, I'm no longer on the toilet.
Okay. So have you had a read through that letter? Is there? You want to read it out loud, or do you want to wait?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay.
I'll pick up little Wisteria and just cup an arm around her while I'm reading the letter.
Okay.
Dear family, as you may already know, whenever I'm nervous or tend to disappear a little. Oh, Oscar has been awfully he's been awfully weird lately, hasn't he, little Wisteria? He's been acting a bit funny. Sometimes it's just my tail that goes invisible. Sometimes it's my legs hiding from sight. Today I'll have to disappear for a little bit longer than usual, as some urgent matters came up within the forest, and I have to get back there for a period of time. My time with you all is the most precious of my life, and I'm definitely not ready to separate our ways, but when the forest calls its prince, I have no choice but to answer it. I will be back as soon as I can. I love you all, Oscar. P.S. Thank you for the best dance. Or, at Wisteria, Oscar's gone off to his forest.
Kind of nuzzle in to your armpit a bit.
Yeah, she's just give him give her a little hug. Oh, I guess Oscar had some important prince stuff he had to do. Well, I should probably tell everyone else that Oscar's gone off to doing his fancy prince things.
Alright. Going back to the Misty Inn, you peer under the hood of this character, Rael, and Maggie, would you like to introduce who you're going to be playing for the next few sessions?
Shit.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
We
Hi am
Fucking hell.
right. Okay, so as you glance at this figure, they're going to glance back at you and say, "Well, aren't you curious, little one?" And they're going to take down their hood, and there's a big braid of snakes falling onto his chest. And
Oh,
you...
I know who this is.
These are very heavy, thick snakes, and they're very long. And the figure standing in front of you is a tall man of dark skin with freckles and lavender eyes, which are very bright. He is wearing glasses, which remind you of the glasses that Melody is wearing. And he wears a long coat of teal color, and he has those very chunky boots, which are heavily decorated with different belts. And he has a staff of black color on his side. And he's just grinning at you.
Oh. Interesting. I'll just sort of take a sip of his drink and just almost leaning on the bar with his elbows as well. Kind of looking him up and down, just taking in who this person is. This is Asharis, by the way. Gabe, you said that he was looking for someone, like he was saying a name. Did he say a name?
Yeah, give me a perception check as well. See what you picked
Okay.
up.
He's going to look you up and down as well, as you do the same. It's a contest.
Perception. That's an 18.
18. He started describing them as like, green skin, snakes of hair like him. Goes by the name of Melody.
Okay. I'm not sure what to do. I've got like Rao's got this like chronic migraine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thoughts are not in his head right now.
Sure. Would
Can I
Cobra like to
see
do
if
anything?
like they're visibly hungover?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
I don't think it's that difficult.
Yeah, like I just met this person. Are they okay?
It's pretty obvious, but just for the sake of it, I'll get you to get a roll. Make a roll.
That's a 10.
Yeah, you can tell. Like they also have the smell of blue booze on them, and just they are doing pretty well to kind of compose themselves and everything else. But you can tell that they're probably pretty hungover.
Oh, I see.
Try.
Someone had fun the other day. Well, it seems like our path has crossed. So, my name is Cobra. Nice to meet you. And I put out my hand in like showing that I want to shake his hand.
He just kind of gives a small like I guess you could say so. Name's Rael. Pleasure, and I'll shake his hand.
Okay.
The pleasure is mine, and I put his hand as in a way to kiss it.
Maggie!
And as you watch me kissing your hand, you blink, and for a second you see a bunch of cobra snakes just not walking. They don't have legs. They're crawling up your arm, and then you blink again, and they're gone.
An intimidation?
Well,
thanks.
not really.
Oh,
It's just something that you saw for a second, and then it
interesting.
disappeared.
He's a bit stumped at his hand being kissed. He's just kind of looking him up and down like, okay. You mentioned you are looking for someone. I overheard.
Well, I am a big believer of destiny, so I'm pretty sure you are familiar to my sister, Melody, perhaps.
Can I insight check him to make sure that he's telling the truth?
Yeah, go for it.
Yay!
Let's go.
Insight. That's a 12.
You kind of blink for a moment, and he seems to be pretty much telling the truth. He seemed like, there's an aura about him as well that reminds you a little bit of Melody. But yeah, and besides the obvious fact that he seems to be a Medusa as well.
Yeah.
This lady kind of comes back and she's like,
Yeah, sure, like, I was talking to Brad Croft over there, now, and he was saying now, that one Melody went off later in the night with the big old furball, and the one with the blue hair, the one with the pointy ears and the blue hair and the triangle earrings. The three of them, they went off and they went all they went like, oh, whoop, gone in a blink, just blue puff of fire, gone out of nowhere. They teleported, God knows where.
See, thank you for the information. I'll look back at Cobra, and my team are acquaintances with your sister, although, according to the madam, she might not be here right now. To be honest, I'm not sure where the rest of my team are. I'm assuming they're upstairs, but...
He's going to giggle a little bit. He say, well, you're quite composed for someone that is barely holding his legs. But yeah, I would very much love to meet the rest of your group. To see what my sister was up to. She was missing for quite some time.
I see. Well, if you would like to join me, then you can look upstairs. I'm assuming this is where most of them are. But,
my pleasure.
I've only just woken myself, so... and I'll lead him upstairs.
We'll say, just for expediency, you head upstairs, you look around through all the rooms and everything. No sign of him here in the Misty Inn, and eventually you do come back down, and you hear from the owner of the inn. She said,
"Sure, they went back to the fancy old place now, and the fancier part of town. They're not to be seen here. So why would they be sleeping here? You're the only one."
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's alright.
I'm confused with the places.
No worries. This is the Misty Inn, but everyone else...
hungover.
Yeah, everyone else is currently back in the fancy place.
Yeah. I know they're in the fancy place. Sorry,
so we can
yeah.
say
Okay, we'll go there.
a bit of mismatch. You head out the doors with Cobra in search for the others. As you do head out as well, there is the man. I can't remember his name. What was it? Owen, was it?
It was Alan.
Alan, that was it. Alan.
Yeah.
He's there with a horse and carriage, just kind of gives you a nod and kind of waves, just like, whenever you want to go, I've got it all set up for you here now anyway.
Oh, you are the gentleman from the Thieves Guild, correct?
Yeah, that's me. He's kind of there, just moves over to the horses and just kind of strokes one of their manes.
Does he seem like nervous or anything, or is he pretty composed?
He's a little bit nervous, just kind of keeping his eyes to the ground, more kind of intimidated than nervous, I guess.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Understandable. Okay, sorry, Cobra, just give me 1 second. We'll carry on. I just need to talk to this gentleman quickly.
No problem.
I will go over to him and look, I'm going to be honest here. What happened in the Thieves Guilds, it wasn't right. And I said something incredibly rude and hypocritical about thieves, and I would like for you to do me a favor, if you will.
Oh, he's kind of taken aback a little bit, still kind of staring at the ground, occasionally looking up at you. Sure, yeah, okay.
If you would, and I'm going to take out my coin purse,
Mhm.
and I'm going to take out 10 gold.
Okay.
I'm going to put it in his hand.
Mhm.
Close his fist around those coins.
Mhm.
I would like for you to prove what I said wrong about thieves. I realize that this town is turning into merchant town now instead of a thieving town.
Kind of straightens
And
himself up a little.
you said you had a wife and children, yes?
I do, yeah. I do indeed. Kind of straightens himself and I'm trying to know, what you said to me, like, it's stuck with it's stuck in the noggin, and I do hope to change some things, because I could have died there, and there's been more than one time now, being a thief has nearly killed me, and I've been thinking now, like, I probably should change my way a little bit, and start, cap with the shit, and get myself together, and take part in the merchants thing that's going on, yeah.
Oh, that's a funny story. I've been in almost the exact same situation as you have been. So please take this money to help you get a safer job for you and your family. I apologize once again for saying what I did.
But just looking after your own friends, I'd probably do the same, in your shoes, I guess. If I was as scary as that one with the horns, Jesus, he had the fucking...
He... No. Forgive me. Well, anyway, thank you again for getting this sorted. It's appreciated.
Oh, my pleasure, right? Happy to, I needed a bit of a jump start, so, I have you to thank for it, I guess. He kind of just nods again and goes back and puts more attention on the horse than you, kind of just because he's just a bit nervous more than anything. And continues grooming them.
Hope you have a good day. And I'll go back with Cobra and lead him to the fancy inn.
Alrighty then. So, fancy hotel. There we go. So after some time as well, you're soaking in the tub for about an hour. We've got Seraphina and Wisteria. You eventually make your way here. So I'll get Wisteria here. Wisteria, wait. There we go. Pop you there.
Damn, that was big.
And then we've got, so we've got the pair of you, Quill. Yeah, okay, so pair of you kind of start making your way down. You can see now a lot of these people are starting to kind of disappear. Oh, wrong one. Okay. A few of these people are starting to kind of lose interest and they're starting to disappear out of the way, and just there's a couple of the guys just chatting to each other about the artwork. Quill, what have you been doing this whole time?
Kind of just looking around at what a mess is made. Just kind of looking at the Kenku. She does not look. She looks kind of sad. She's kind of staring, and she's looking back and forth between the Kenku and the nobles.
They're starting to
Guy.
make their way out.
Guy with the feather.
It is I.
Another bird. Okay. What? You said you wanted to keep this like this?
I will try
Right.
my best to preserve the artwork of this city.
My head fucking kills. Can we leave? Though? You don't need us to stay here, do you?
If the art needs you to leave, then you shall leave, and it will hurt my heart. But it is beautiful, all the same.
Okay. That's good. Okay. She's gonna get up. She's gonna kind of... The Kenku hasn't woken up, has she?
Kenku hasn't woken up. They're kind of just rolling over a little bit, just have a big grin on their face, and kind of like just cuddle back up into the blankets. See you later. And she
She's
just
gonna-
like a little, moves each finger individually, kind of waving at you.
Oh, that's kind of cute. She's gonna cover the Kenku up a bit more and get out of the bed. Kind of stumbling around. Fuck, where are the others?
You would hear Ghostly's voice probably at this stage as well, starting to chat to someone beyond these doors.
She's definitely not gonna go to Ghosty. She's naked and covered in paint.
Alright. That's totally fair.
She's just gonna kind of Go to the corner, watch the nobles leave, just give them a two-fingered salute.
Farewell. And he just kind of starts springing down the stairs.
Does Quill have a bath in her bedroom?
Yes.
She's gonna like, if there's any of her clothes and equipment, she's gonna grab it.
Yeah, you can grab whatever. You have enough there to dress yourself, and there's a
She's
couple
not
of your
dressing
weapons.
herself. She's
Oh,
just
no.
gonna grab it and put it in because she's still covered in paint. She needs to wash before she puts
Perfect.
it
So you can grab your clothes and you head up the hall, and you see Seraphine and Wisteria making their way down the hall as they see
Oh,
Yeah,
Hi,
I
guys.
was gonna be like, I could really use a. Are you? What the hell happened to you?
what life decisions?
What?
Can we-
Looking at the state of you, I highly doubt you even made any.
Life decisions?
Yeah.
I made some decisions. It affected my life.
Okay.
I'm gonna go wash now.
Yeah.
See you in a
Shuffle
couple
the
of
two tall
hours.
ladies.
Yeah.
Okay. Hop in there, soak in the bath. Seraphina just kind of gathers herself, and she's like, "I'm going to go get supplies," and she, heads off and starts sharpening her blades, prepping her armor.
I
And-
guess this vomit's not gonna clean itself. I shall go take a bath too.
Okay, so you head in, and there's a hulking 9-foot-tall lizard man thrown over the cow rug, just butt naked, just kind of like stroking the rug, and he's got like a couple of bottles around him, just kind of throwing around to the side. It's a very good party. Hello.
Yeah, okay, you stay there. Please don't get up.
He just
I think
freezes.
I've seen enough. I am just gonna like back away from the door and just kind of like and just close the door. Be like, surely there's a bath here somewhere, right? I guess I'll go search for a different
Perfect.
bath.
So you haven't looked for bats, and we're gonna get.
Just typed roar.
Yeah.
Rawr.
Wait,
XD.
okay, Red's not popping up for some reason, so that's okay. We'll get him. I'll get you, Rail. Wait, where the fuck at? Oh, I see. There was a space. That's why.
I disappeared.
So.
Just Gabe, very quickly,
Yes.
just to let you know, Cass has left because he's not feeling well, but he might come back after the
Oh,
break.
sure.
The
Okay,
break.
no problem at all. That's all right. So he'll be soaking in the tub. Obviously, Shahil is not feeling well either. So that makes sense to me. And Cobra. There we go. So just as you're kind of searching around, you leave that door, start looking for another bath, and Rail and a Medusa make their way down through the hole as well and catch your attention. You're now kind of disheveled, covered in a bit of vomit.
Oh.
Hair kind of sticking out to the side.
Hi, Rial. Sorry
What's
for the
your-
look. I almost just got shaven by some were kids.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Do I have all my hair? They were kind of wanting to cut it and sell it, which
You-
is a bit weird, but
You do have all your hair.
It's
Nice.
just a bit sticky.
A little bit sticky.
Yeah,
bit matted.
Greg's lying down naked in my room, so I don't really want to go there and shower right now.
Oh, there aren't any other baths free?
I don't think so.
Yes.
Quill,
There are 2 bats in
Oh, okay.
Gostar's room.
yeah. Quill is blue, so
I thought she was green.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I love
She's-
that this is
she's
Cobra's
blue.
first interaction with this party.
Staring at the both of
Yeah,
them.
in all
So
fairness though,
confused.
would Wisteria acknowledge someone else's existence? No!
No, not at all, which is amazing. I loved it. But continue.
Um,
Yeah, so, Quill's blue, so she's gone to go wash.
Okay.
I haven't seen Ghostly. Seraphina kind of blew up some people up, and now she's gone off to get supplies. You're here.
Okay.
Melody Imposter is here.
Oh,
We've got-
this isn't this. Sorry, this is Cobra. I just met him downstairs. He is Melody's brother.
Older brother, if I may.
Oh.
Hello. My pleasure to make your acquaintance, young lady.
Oh, cool. Okay. Hold
Cobra,
on.
this is Wisteria.
Oh, hi. I'm Mysterious Spoons. It's just
Take your
Kitty.
hand and kiss it.
I don't know if you want. That's a bit of vomiting. Okay.
There's
that
a bit of a
tasted
foul
great,
stench.
but that was lovely. I'll smell better when I wash. It's nice to meet you. I do tend to look a little better than this.
You look already very wonderful in my eyes.
Oh, please stop it. I can't have you right now.
Wisteria, just quickly
Ah.
before you go wash. Is everyone else here? Do you know? Or should I just have a look?
I've seen
I've
Nate
seen
Grug.
Grug
I've
and Quill.
seen a
What about
blue
Shahil?
Quill. I haven't seen Shahil. To be honest, it
Oscar?
took me a couple hours to get here. I haven't seen
Oh.
Oscar either.
Okay,
I haven't
I'll
seen
check.
Ghostly.
Check the
Oscar
rooms.
didn't really drink though, did he?
I
remember.
honestly don't remember.
I remember. I remember being Shahil's child.
Give me a history check.
Wait, a history check?
Yes.
Hell's child.
I was force fed a bottle.
Will I be hearing this conversation?
Bad.
Yeah, you
I
could hear
got
it
a
to the walls.
free.
Okay.
I got a free.
You got a 3. You remember flying. That's it.
Okay, so
And then
we
your
went
shields
to
shot.
went to the inn, and then I flew, and then I was being. Oh, and then I bonked some kids in the head because they tried to take my money and shave me.
Huh. Okay. Well, it just we'll get clean. I'll find the others, and
Okay.
we'll see what's happening.
Do you know if there's any other baths? Again.
There
does-
is also the baths, downstairs as well in the
Oh,
actual
okay.
bathhouse. If you prefer
Oh,
to go there.
yeah. There's like Riel, don't walk into my room. There's a sight you don't want to see.
It was Grog, right?
And eventually the door swings open and he
Oh,
comes
no.
around the other side, just kind of got one hand on his hips, just like, hello everybody, that was so much fun.
Oh God!
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna make really strict eye contact with Cobra and just go, if you value your life, don't turn around.
I shall take that.
I don't
seriously.
think you want to. Oh, okay. There you go. Okay, I thought you were gonna say you weren't. You were gonna turn around.
Just walks into the next room.
Yeah.
Well, he's
I'm
gone
gonna-
out your room.
Yeah, I'm gonna go shower in my room then.
Okay, I'll find the others. I'll just I'll knock on Quill's door and just once I'm given an okay, just to poke my head in, just to make sure she's okay.
Okay, just remember she's blue.
Noted. Thank you. Yeah, I'll just give it a little and poke my head in.
She's gonna look at, like she's in the tub, like her eyes are the only thing above the water.
There's also no bed in here anymore. There's just like bits of wood just kind of thrown around the place, like splinters and things, and the carpet has these huge drag marks through it. The door is also hanging off its hinges.
I'm not gonna ask. Enjoy your bath. I'll see you in a bit.
Don't go around the corner.
Why? What did you do? No, I'm gonna go around the corner. Oh,
And you see the naked Kenku, who's now just kind of getting up. She's kind of just laying on her side, reclining, just smothered in paint. A bit of a blanket thrown over her. and there's paint all over the walls, all over the canvases, scratched over the place. There's some paintings that kind of look like it could be a trill, possibly, and also a motherly tiefling figure is painted there as well. Paint's everywhere, and then this Kenku just kind of waves at you, it's like, hey.
Hi. I'm just gonna raise my hand a bit and just like,
Oh my god.
Okay.
Are you one of the heroes? And she just starts waddling over to you, like dragging the blanket like between her legs, and just kind of trips a few times. Are you one of the heroes who fucking saved this town?
I in the team. Yes, he just kind of takes a step back, looking quite flustered, like Go down
a bit. Oh my god, you're like my second biggest hero. Oh my god. And she just takes your hand and she kisses it, and she just waddles down like the stairs, just kind of hitting off the walls occasionally.
I didn't even get her name. I bastard.
I'm gonna go to Shield's room.
Alright.
Just pop my head in.
So
I know Cass isn't here, but
he is unconscious in a bath currently. There is bits of some sort of outfit that's been stitched together out with random pieces of animal skin and fur and everything. It's been thrown all over the room. There's bits of broken glass in here, and Shihil is just there, passed out in the bath.
I'm just gonna like lean back to see Cobra, and I'm just gonna be like, just one moment, and I'm gonna go in and close the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna clear the bed, so it's just like the sheets and the pillows, or just grab the sheets actually, and I'm gonna like fireman lift Shield out the bath.
Okay. I'll just change that.
And wrap him up in the blankets, just to get him at least not cold or and dry. Oh god. Just gonna leave him there.
Okay.
Just wrap him up like a Shihil burrito and leave him on the bed. Just have a take in what the fuck is going on around here.
Yeah.
Like, oh god, it's just getting worse and worse. Okay. We'll go find the last room to Ghostly.
Sure.
And give it a.
I follow, yeah.
Yeah, Ghostly will come out and she'll be like, "Oh, hey Rael, hello Melody.
Take the inspiration.
2 brain cells.
I don't know if you've been talking to Oscar, but he left me this letter. Because he had to go off and do some print stuff, and she'll give the letter to Rael.
Okay, I'll have a quick read of it and just try and piece together what the bar lady said, and so he's gone back to his tribe.
Yeah, I guess he's got like important stuff to do because he's like a prince and all that, you know.
Yeah. Do you know if Melody went with him?
Oh, I don't. I just woke up and I just had a letter and a flower. I didn't see Melody. Melody's behind you.
Oh,
Wait, you're not Melody.
This isn't Melody. This is her older brother, Cobra. Cobra. This is Ghostly, sister of Wisteria.
Oh, I see. More siblings. It is lovely to make your acquaintance. And I'm going to get very close to her and give her a kiss on the cheek.
Oh.
Oh, right. Is that customary where you from to do the kiss on, or hold the people that do kisses on the cheeks instead of handshake sometimes?
Indeed, that's exactly. Are you familiar with my tribe?
No, not at all. I'm quite a learned person, you know. I'm very wise in the ways of the world and all that. I'm a powerful wizard, you see.
Oh, that is very interesting. I am a powerful wizard myself.
I'm very cultured, so I am. And she'll grab one of the little snakes and she'll kiss the snake on the cheek. And she'll go to like another snake and she'll kiss that snake on the cheek.
Oh,
I
finally
will-
someone with manners.
Because it's been just over an hour, I'm gonna get you. You can make you don't have a hangover anymore, Ghosty. I'll get you to make an animal handling check.
Oh right, yeah. And I'm no longer. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway. Because I got a 5.
Okay.
Oh no.
So you pick up the snake. It's pretty heavy. And you're kind of trying to find its cheek and stuff like that, and it keeps kind of ducking away from you. But you do kind of just kiss it on the cheek, and it slithers back up onto the cobra's shoulder. Doesn't seem to attack or anything like that, but it's.
Nah.
Do you want to kiss little Wisteria? And I'll pick up the chicken.
Well, I think manners are manners, so I'll happily do that. Is that another one of your companions? Have you been cursed?
Oh, this is a chicken, mate.
A chicken, mate.
And-
What
no,
kind of
it-
species is that?
Just a chicken.
Have you never seen a chicken? Do they know of chickens where you're from?
No, snakes eat their eggs.
Oh,
Anyway, lovely to make your acquaintance, little Wisteria, and I kiss the chicken.
I get you to make an animal handling check too.
Eye.
Let's get pecked.
Okay, 12?
Well, they kind of just freeze as you kiss them, and just its little toes are moving, but that's about it.
Aww.
Cute.
I'll take it as a good sign.
Well, I broke the chicken. We're actually might be passing Oscar's tribe on the way. We're about to actually head off to travel today. You are welcome to join us if you want to.
Oh. Interesting. Is
Your
that
sister.
where my sister is right now?
I'm assuming, since the barmaid said that she was with Oscar, and Oscar is back in his tribe, so
Interesting. The forest, you say?
yes.
My lady's never wrong. Yes, I will
It's,
happily join your group.
A couple days journey, but it should be fine. So we just need to gather everyone together and make sure we have everything, and I guess we'll get going.
That sounds very lovely. And I'll get quite close to Rael and says, and he's going to say, I'm very grateful for the warm welcoming. And he walks.
Okay.
All these bitches trying to date Rael. Doesn't he know he's
It's just a
damn.
magnet.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Very handsome boy.
handsome, stupid man?
He's like
Just
fucking
standing
jacked as
there.
well. Like,
How tall is Cobra in comparison to Rael?
that's a good question.
Alright, so Cobra is about 1.85 meters.
What?
Uh,
2 meters tall? What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Let me see what that is.
So that is 6 feet.
Oh
He's
shit!
the same height as Wisteria.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Holy shit. Nice. Okay.
Small boy.
We'll just, I guess, I'm gonna sit down for a minute. Actually, this headache is just.
There's a lot of going on.
There's so much
Okay.
going on. There's paint everywhere. There's glass in Shield Room.
If you like, you can rest up for you've also woken up. It's about 2 p.m. at the moment. You can rest for as long as you like, if you want, before we continue. If you want to just all take a break as characters, just to recuperate a little bit.
Before if we are gonna take a break, I want to quickly send a message to Daddy-O.
Oh yeah, sure thing. What would you like to send?
She's still in the bathtub under the water.
Hmm.
Let me see. Sending is a level 3 spell, isn't it?
Sending is yes, I believe so.
Yes, it is. Nice.
Cool.
Before we rest, she's gonna send a message. She's gonna try and connect to her dad.
Okay.
And just Dad, I know you may be busy, but I'm counting as I'm going. How do you stay without Mom? And just ends on sad.
Okay. It's a bit of a pause for a couple of minutes or so. You hear hey, Quill. I struggled for a very long time. And traveled. And met people. But your mom was the only... How many words have we got left?
I have no idea. I
think
feel like that's
he's-
way more than 25.
I think that was 25. It just cuts off as only.
So, he traveled. Can you repeat what he said? Sorry.
He said, "Hey, Quill. I struggled for a very long time. And I traveled and met people. But your mother was the only..." And then it cuts off.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just writing it down. Okay. She's just gonna go underwater. She's be underwater now. Because she's crying.
And the tears just melt into the bath.
No one can see you cry if you're wet.
Yeah, it's true. What would Cobra like to do?
Yeah, since everybody seems to be busy right now, I'm going to disguise myself as Melody.
Okay.
She is probably wearing the last thing that I saw her wearing, so it would have probably been the maid outfit. I'm going to. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Quill. I'm going to knock on Quill's door.
Okay. Bear with me now. I'm just gonna find Melody.
Already causing havoc! What a bastard!
God damn, where did I put Melody? This might take a little bit of time.
That's still
That's okay, no worries.
That's what
So
you
I'm going to knock on the door. I don't know who's inside because Rael went in to talk to this person.
There we go.
I don't care. I'm going to knock on the door. Just put my head inside and be like, "Would you like some company?"
Melody, hey. No thanks. It's okay. I'll see you guys. And she's like rubbing her eyes. It's thank you, but no thank you.
All right. Whenever you need me, just give me a call. And I close the door and I go back to myself.
Alright. I'll just leave.
I'm going to be
Yeah.
pulling.
Would I have
cards on
seen
my
any
sister.
tail ends?
No,
I
I doubt it. I'd say Cobra's pretty good at this.
Okay,
He's
good.
done it more than once. Okay.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Perfect. And would anyone else in the group like to do anything, or would you like to all spend some time just recuperating? And but you can spend as many hours as you want just to rest up, to eat, to wash.
Yeah, I was going to go down for breakfast, but it's what, like 2 o'clock?
Yeah, it's about 2 p.m.
Is there a food place downstairs in the restaurant or in the hotel, or?
Yeah, there probably would be. Yeah, you can probably head down.
Okay, yeah. I think Gostar will go and get food for herself and little Wisteria.
Okay, super. So you head down and get some food. What would anyone else like to do?
I think Wisteria would just be finishing up washing and then just be like, damn it, it is kind of snowy outside. I guess I'll put my winter clothes on. And kind of look at the boots that she bought and go, Real can't stop me now. And just just go downstairs for food. She's not going to put her boots on. She's just left them there.
Like, Real's not here to see it, so I guess it's fine.
And I'll join Ghostly for breakfast.
Lovely.
Like, oh, hi there, Ghostly, you're up. Did you have a nice time?
I was there. Yeah, I had a nice dance with Oscar, but he's gone. He's gone off to his forest. I got a letter. I gave the letter to Rael. Actually, he gave me a letter. Well, he left it. He was gone when I woke up. I think he had like some prince stuff to do.
Oscar's gone?
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. What's the forest? The Magnolium Forest.
Yeah.
He's gone there. But Rael said that that's where we're heading next now. Anyway, so.
So we're gonna drag Oscar back with us?
Yeah, I guess so. And I met Melody's brother.
Oh
And
yeah, me too.
He's gonna come with us as well. He's looking for Melody. I thought he was Melody at first.
Yeah. And I thought he was a melody imposter.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna enjoy this chicken leg and the fish and a leek and an onion and some peas and blueberries.
And
a
random
pizza.
oatmeal. I thought that was oatmeal, not a pizza.
It's a jar of honey.
Just a
Aw.
random onion.
Yeah, I don't know why there's an onion there.
It's okay.
my
It's
God.
for Wisteria.
It's a toasted apple. It's not an onion.
Yeah. Come on. cup of tea
Oh
for
my
you both. A bit of bread
Oh, yeah,
there.
give us some breads.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's one
The
knife.
One knife.
It's okay. Ghostly's got a butter knife in her.
Yeah, I have. She got her own knife.
Perfect. So the pair of you have a nice big full breakfast for yourselves. And as you're getting the breakfast dished up to you, let's just see who's there. Woohoo! No man. No man in a gold tunic, a kind of silk tunic, is laying it out for you, and he's like,
Hello there. Have you ever heard about the random vigilante who's come to town? Now that the Rat King is retiring, he goes by the name of the Purple Beast. He goes around climbing buildings, saving people and peeping in windows.
No.
Vigilante?
Yeah, vigilante, yeah.
What did the vigilante look like?
Oh yeah, everyone's got different stories. He went around prowling last night. He's got antlers going out as far as the eye can see. Apparently can shift into any creature that exists. He got the powers of a bear and a wolf and a fox and a newt and a frog, and he can bound 200 feet in the air, and he can freeze the ground, and that's why the ice is here.
Are you drunk?
No. Are you drunk?
I don't think so. Not
Would you like some
anymore.
whiskey?
I don't think I can handle the spicy juice anymore.
Oh, that's fair. I can get you some apple juice if you like.
Apple juice would be nice. You're free to join us and talk to us about the vigilante. We got some bread on the table.
Oh, that's very nice of you, but that's my own bread, I guess. But if you're offering me some bread,
he takes a water bread and just
stuff it in my mouth, and I really want to talk about the vigilante. I have to talk about it right now if you want.
Well, it's like a very strange vigilante. What did he actually do? What did the vigilante do?
I
Did
save
he
people.
save anyone?
Just do like vigilante things.
Well, not very aware of what vigilantes are, so.
Oh,
I don't know
vigilantes
what
are people
vigilantes
who take the law into their own hands.
are.
They work
Okay.
outside of the law.
And what did the vigilante do that was outside of the law?
Listen, I don't really know. I've just been picking up the rumours. But I heard he climbed lots of buildings and ran across rooftops and he peeped inside my window while I was sleeping.
So, so he harassed people?
He not really. I think he just beats people up and leaves them for the guards. He did a thing as well where he went onto my window and he blew against the window with an open mouth and his mouth went bleh! And he went like really big and I could see all the spiky teeth.
Okay.
We're so lucky Cass isn't here. So lucky.
And you say this person had antlers?
Antlers coming out of his head in every direction. Covering
That
eyes.
sounds like it could have been Oscar.
Oh.
Oscar's always turning into animals.
Oh, maybe. Who's Oscar?
Yeah.
He's gone now. Maybe he wanted to arrest some naughty criminals before he left off on his special adventure.
As you're saying that as well, he climbs on the table and pulls a knife out and holds it to your throat and says,
Don't give away the secret identity of the purple beast.
Hey! Don't put a knife up to my sister. Calm down. Listen, I'll tell you what. Let me try draw the vigilante. Okay, give me the descriptions, and she'll pull out like a scroll and a quill and go like,
Alright.
all right, I got this.
he's gonna start giving you descriptions. I'm gonna get you to make a sleight of hand check, please.
Disadvantage, right?
Yes. Also, thank you, Jaeger08 Larson, for following us.
This
Oh,
is
we
the only
just
birthday
got a-
gift I wanted!
Oh, we got
We
raided.
got raided. That's cool. Hello, everybody.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Oh, thank you.
The
Thank you very
Baronade.
much.
Enjoy the stream. We're currently very hungover. Okay, so sleight of hand, right?
Yes.
Come on, we've just got raided. Give me a good roll. Fuck! Oh, I got an 8.
So you draw this big monstrous creature hunched over, covered in like different animal parts. He's got like one like wolf paw and another bird talon, and has antlers all coming out just in every direction on this drawing. Huge spiky teeth, like wide eyes that are just sparkling. You draw lots of stars around the eyes. You've never seen anything like this before, but the gnome is incredibly happy with this thing. It's just like,
Oh my goodness, do you mind if I have this? I'll pay you for it. I start putting the posters all around the place.
Okay, this is how the vigilante looks like?
Absolutely, you got 'em spot on.
Okay, and you want it?
I'd love it. I give you 10 gold for it. I give you a free meal for it.
I'd like the 10 gold instead.
Shit! Right, okay, I should have said that.
he shuffles in his pocket and like slams 10 gold onto the table. He's like,
Right, here you go, I'll take the change there. And
he puts back, a few silver. So you get 9 gold and 5 silver, and it's like,
well, enjoy the meal.
kind of takes the picture
Thank
and
you.
pops it on the wall. And then you see him kind of like he wiggles his fingers and he moves his hand, separates his hand, and there's a second picture of the drawing, and he moves his hand again, and there's another picture of the drawing. He starts
Oh
putting.
my god, he's a printer.
It's a printer gnome.
Gnome printer.
It's a subclass.
It is. And also, Kamida Forever. Thank you for following us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Need a 4 forever.
Yes. Okay, so Quill, you wash up in the bath, having a little bit of a cry in the water. Rail, you just get some you time, sit by the sun, just kind of recuperate a bit. Shahil lies in his happy burrito. Grug is again sleeping on another furry rug. And while this is all going on, I guess yourself, Cobra, you just have a nice wander around the place, checking in on everybody, and eventually, I will say that everyone meets back at the Misty Inn. We're gonna bring all your tokens in there now. Actually, wait, can I merge layers, I wonder? You know what? It's fine. I've got a better thing. Got a better idea. Check this shit.
Baby.
Look at this. Wait, I'm actually gonna get rid of these. Get rid of you. 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 Watch this. Watch how cool I am.
It's gonna be so fucking cool, Gabe. You're really hyping. Yeah! Hell yeah!
Pixel blood.
Where's Grog?
Oh crap! I forgot I had Grog to the package. Oh,
Oh, that's too little amount.
Grog.
That's my son,
There
Gabriel.
he is.
Bring it back.
There we go. Head on the board.
Thank you.
Okay, so you all kind of arrive at the Misty Inn, kind of pull up, and you. Oh, why is it?
Pull up. We drifted with the horses.
Well, you pull up onto the wagon and everything else. If there's anything else you'd like to do in the town before you leave, now is the time to do it.
Personally, I'm set.
All right. Alan starts kind of telling you about the horses, just saying he's found them he's got the best horses in all of Warkill for you guys. He's like, no problem at all. That's not his voice at all, but whatever he gets, he's done the two beautiful carriage horses that'll lead you there. Wisteria, I will say as well that you have a couple of maps of the realms that you've pulled out of your room that was given to
I
you.
stole them all.
Complimentary maps. And so, you are all ready to head off as everyone starts coming out into the streets to wave you all off as you head out into the snow.
Is when we're pulling out onto
Yes.
the streets, is Lavender anywhere nearby?
Lavender would be.
Queen.
Yeah, she would have come out to the queen. I know my character is God.
Sometimes you forget.
I do. I forget all of them.
It hasn't already.
Oh wait, it's not Lavender. She's just a freaking dragonborn. She's not there for some reason, but you know what? Yeah, I don't need a token. It's fine. Yeah, as you're pulling out, you're kind of heading out along the streets. Why? Okay, whatever. Frogs bounding behind you, and Lavender and the Rat King, Rosemary, stand there, one arm around the other, just waving to you simultaneously. The Thieves Guild all come out to kind of cheer and pull down their hoods, revealing their faces now because they're going to start the Merchants Guild in the town. A lot of people from the slums come out as well. A few of the goblin families as well, the half-goblin humans and everything, kind of just bow and all have like chickens under their arms, just thanking you all. A bunch of the bards start playing music as you head out. The innkeepers and everything are waving at you with kind of fake smiles near because you've trashed their place twice since you've been here. But they're happy to see the backs of you. They seem more happy with that than anything else. A lot of the town guards take off their helmets, kind of salute you and raise their swords. And everyone else, just all these other merchants, just start throwing rice onto the ground in front of you to wish you good luck. And you head out the gates of Orkill and head out into the snow.
Oh yeah.
And I'm going to pull up a new layer here.
Like how we just all got in a car and there's a random stranger in it.
True,
The Fox Cobra. We haven't even got
You haven't been introduced to him yet.
actually. We can say on the way now. You can start getting introduced and everything.
Yeah, no problem. I'll kiss everybody's hand as I introduce myself.
Quill is not
that I
allowing
do.
that. Quill's not allowing that. I'm sorry.
Don't touch me.
Now I will just have to.
You just kind of, she'll snatch her hand back before you even try. But she'll just give you a nod.
He'll say, "This one's spicy."
Amazing. Alright. Now, why isn't this? Oh yeah, there we go.
The darkness.
Alright, so let's get rid of this grid because that grid is fake. Doesn't match up at all. But roughly, I can tell you now. You know what? I'll put a little object in there. I'll get a little. Just get a PB Rebellium something to represent PB Rebellium. I'll get
Find some peanut butter.
Do you think I have a peanut butter token?
That's what they
I mean,
they're missing. They
I have
just
a-
put
Got
it
the
there.
jar of money out.
Maybe there's the jar actually. Fucking hold on.
Just use the onion.
I could use the onion. I was going to use the jar of honey.
A single nut.
There we go, peanut butter.
Yeah!
So,
We're horrid. Let's go.
you leave or kill. It'll take you about, I will tell you now, roughly. Maybe I can put a grid that matches. Probably not actually. That grid's kind of wrong. So
It's a bit too big.
yeah, it's too big. But I'm gonna get the map up here on my own iPad so I can get a reference. Because I can resize it too. Just bear with me.
Is there no way to resize the grid on?
Yeah, no, there's no way to
This one?
resize the grid, but there is a way to resize the map itself. So I will do that.
Ah.
And I'm just gonna get, my reference as well for the. Where's D&D? Alright, there it is. Okay, scroll down. Could do this on crit as well. That would work better because I have a grid on there, but no worries.
Gabe, should we have a break while
We will
we're
have
trying to get stuff?
Yeah, we can have a break here, and we can
Yeah.
have you all decide exactly where you're going to start heading. This is actually pretty bang on, I'm going to say. This grid is actually pretty close, to be honest. It's a little bit too big, but, yeah. Anyway, I will, we'll, bigger, smaller, bigger. There we go. That's roughly, it's kind of good. Anyway, I'm not going to be playing around the map forever. I'll leave, we'll go on a small break. And we can come back here, and you can all decide where you're going to head now that you are leaving or kill. So, everyone on the stream, we'll be joining you all in, what will we say, maybe half an hour? Does that work for people?
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes. So, back here at 30 minutes. See you all soon.
10 past 2.
10 past 2.
The end of break.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
GMT. Okay, cool,
You
cool.
then.
Bye.
Bye.
Here we go. You see
kinda freaky.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god. Me too.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Oh my god, already? Eternal Oscar.
What? Oh, it's so fucking cool. Shit on my face! Do it! Notice that Bubbles does a thing where the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at her. I was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. Do you really want me to go up to that man and go oh, it's okay, she wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth, and just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because the Exintas and bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Comes across as this big, warm, welcoming, open country and stuff like that, but I think it's pretty racist, to be honest.
Okay.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. noticed
wanna-
that Bubbles like does like a thing where like the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards, like and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking. Like, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at him. I was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. You really want me to go up to that man and go like, oh, it's okay. She wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth, and just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate. Like, I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah,
Fine,
that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Like, go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because that Xinta's in bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. kinda freaky.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. Notice that Bubbles does a thing where the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at her. I was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. You really want me to go up to that man and go like, oh, it's okay, she wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth, and just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because there are splinters and bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Okay.
Kinda freaky.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. Notice that Bubbles does a thing where the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at her. I was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. Do you really want me to go up to that man and go like, oh, it's okay, she wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth, and just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because Nagacinta's in bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Hello, humans. So sorry. I had like a chicken soup that I had strictly for this game. I was like, perfect. I put that on super quick. Went to pour it out. It was all just like lumpy, and it just got off like a few days ago. Like, oh come on. So clumped up. Oops. Oh shit. I got one of those. I got one of those cartons. Probably just as good as the That's like a you thing. So, just so you know, before we start,
Oscar
each one of these squares, you can travel 3 of these
we'll
squares.
look at
in a day.
Ghostly and say frog, horse,
So you
frog.
can get
Do you wanna
to
frog,
the Magnolian
horse?
Forest.
Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?
3 days. I mean, sorry, about 2 days and a bit. Actually.
Are you alright, mate?
1, 2,
Frog!
yeah, 2.5 days.
On top,
Yeah.
frog!
Do you hit your head?
Check it. And, oh my god! Yeah, I double check that it's.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe.
It would
Very
be like
safe.
It'd be 8 hours of travel a day.
Eternal Oscar right
That's how far you can travel. That's how far you can kind of, without getting exhausted. You can go at a faster pace, so you can go an extra square, I'm gonna say, if you go at a fast pace. But you do have to make con saves for like exhaustion. Yeah, exactly. Risk you go slower, 2 squares a day. You're going at a very easy pace. It's all kind of open fields and stuff. There's a few stops, there's a few concepts. You can head up to the forest. There's also on the way, there's Silgari, which is a tribe. Essentially, it's a There's a bunch of different tribes and kings in the area. All of them specialize in basically these Viking classes system. There's a Multiverse, which is where magic things take place as well. By Madrid. Big red circle. But yeah, I guess have we got everyone?
Bubbles
Or are we
like
waiting
does
for
like a
anyone?
thing where like the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards like a, and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, like, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at him. I was like,
Oh yeah, no, so
No?
worries. There's
I
still
don't
the
think
what's
I'm
we
any
call it,
better.
the frog, the
do you really want
Um,
me to go up to
the-
that
what's it
man?
called,
The girl like,
uh,
oh, it's okay. She
Negacinta
wasn't
and bits
much
on
of
the
a loss.
floor.
See, I can't.
Bubbles
thing
kind of
playing.
points inside their mouth.
Next
You,
to
you
bits
know
on the
what
floor,
Bubbles is
classic.
saying the whole time, and Bubbles is trying to communicate, like, I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Oh,
Yeah,
fine,
that's true.
okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
I
Go
have had
give
my mic on
Brian
the whole
a
time.
hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because Negacinta's in bits on the floor.
Pretty sure I didn't say anything. I think I had one voice message that I replied to, I think. But yeah, okay.
Oh no.
I can't remember what I said. I don't know what I said now, but yeah, you're welcome to anyone who heard all of those or one of those. I don't know. God. All right.
I hope it was the slumpy chicken soup bit.
People totally heard the lumpy chicken soup bit. Yeah, that's been on the whole time. So, but your mic hasn't been off. Why was my mic on? Anyway, let's go back into the game.
Let's go!
Lesbians. Okay, so last we left off, the PB Rebellium left Orkill in their new cart, and so. I guess, let me see, can I just zoom here? Yes, I can. Wonderful. The PB Rebellion, you are here currently in Orkill. It's going to take you about 2.5 days if you want to reach the Magnolian Forest. There's a few other places on the way, but it's all pretty much open fields and woodland and everything else as you go there. Are you just going kind of straight lining it all the way there? Is that the plan?
People want to, but we could step off. Is that how do you pronounce it? Silgari?
Silgari, yeah.
Yeah, it's up to others really.
Well, we just want to go.
Go.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah,
All right.
that's fine.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's other places on the way
Cool.
that are hidden. So
Little towns,
hidden little
villages
trinkets.
with more chickens on the way.
Should.
Ooh.
All right, because yeah.
When we left, would we
Yes.
leave on the same day that we woke up?
Yeah. So you are not going to get very far for the first day. You're going to get about halfway. Because it's already about, by the time you leave, it's already about 5 p.m.
Yeah. So we'll only be traveling for a couple of hours.
Yeah, unless you want to travel a bit later into the night, that's totally up to yourselves. But with that, you're only going to get, before sunset, you'll only get about 3 or 4 hours in, so you only get about halfway. So you're gonna get about here, like 1.5 blocks.
That's fine. It's a start.
Okay, cool. So we'll place the peanut butter squad right there,
Let's go.
and you travel for about 4 hours, just kind of getting used to the horses and the carriage and everything else, and you start making your way towards Magnolian Forest. And in the distance, it's always there. It's a huge kind of long mountain. It looks like it's got the top chopped off it. I'll get whoever's trained in history. Can you make me a history check, please?
Can.
Sure can.
Hey.
Woo.
All right.
What, both of us or?
Yeah, pair of you can go.
Okay. That was a 15 on my end.
15. All right. And
And that's 19 on mine.
19. Okay. Rail, you would know that the Magnolian Forest, which is some people call it the Elder Mountain, you know from books that the Vale is equivalent of an elder tree that once stood here in the Vale a very long time ago, but it's fallen over. But being native to the Vale, Cobra, you understand that this was one of the elder trees of the Vale. It was this massive pillar that reached up into the clouds. This huge tree that eventually fell over and died over 1,000 years ago. And from it, the tree then fossilized and hardened into like rock, which you now see, and it became covered in rock, and it became this beautiful place for all kind of wildlife to grow from, and moss and trees and forests eventually covered it all again. And this is where they built the Magnolian Forest, the Magnolian tribe. And at the center of this elder tree, the corpse of an elder tree, they planted the seed from its branches into it again to grow a new elder tree. And that rests at the center of this mountain. You can see the kind of dome of this larger tree kind of pushing up past the foliage way off in the distance. You can just see the little bump almost of where that tree would be miles and miles away.
Okay, I will tell that to everybody else, but as I'm doing so, I'm going to make it sound like it's a tail. So I'm telling it, and while I'm doing so, I'm going to cast Minor Illusion to make like a mini figure of the forest. And as we're diving inside, there's the tiny seed, and it sprouts into this big tree that we see. It's like a tiny mini show of what is happening. It's just floating above my hand.
Nice.
It's cute.
Cool. So you keep people entertained for the next couple of hours, telling them the story of the Magnolian Forest and how it came to be, and this is where most of the furbolgs in the Vale come from. They're a very special type of furbolg, and each realm of Gostar has a different type of furbolg. But this is where Oscar came from and his family come from, and it's hidden away from most of the politics of the rest of the Vale. It's its own little sanctuary, and so. After about 4 hours of travel, I'm going to save that, and I'm going to open a new map. Here we are.
Ooh.
So you pull up, it's again very snowy, you pull up against like a small little frozen over spring. Everything's very cold and the sun's setting, and you kind of want to set up camp as quickly as you can just because of how bitter it gets when the sun goes down. And so you all kind of set up a little bit of a campfire. You haven't bought any tents or anything, have you?
I'm not sure if the Thieves Guild gave us or
yeah,
the
true.
Queen
No,
gave us some.
there would be a tent in there. That's very true. Yeah. So you have some
Blankets
supplies in
and
there,
stuff.
blankets, tents that you can start pitching. So we'll pop up a couple of those. We'll say you have 2 tents.
Can Ghostly try a magical experiment?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Oh, no.
She's gonna sit over by the campfire, right?
Okay.
And so like the fire is like burning the firewood, and you have to replace the firewood all the time. You have to go collect more firewood. So she's kind of thinking about when they repaired the inn after it exploded for some reason. She's gonna use mending on like one of the really burnt logs.
Oh shit, okay.
To see if she can restore it to like the original wood.
Wow. Okay, that's
so
pretty
that she
cool.
doesn't have to collect
I love that. I get you to roll a D100 for me.
Okay.
But I'm gonna say, because it's a cool thing, you can roll this with advantage. I know you don't really know. I don't know if you want to know what happens on the table. I'll give you the 2 options basically on what happens.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you roll twice on this table, and I'll tell you what happens.
Okay. I got a 14 and 92.
14 and a 92. Okay, wonderful. Let's see here.
On the utility table.
Okay, that's okay. There's 1. So I'll just write that down. Okay, and then the next one, 92. What is this? Huh. Okay. So you can see this spell reacting in 2 different ways. You start to quickly accelerate the mending process of these trees, and they become younger again, growing kind of leaves and foliage and everything else, and all the grass around you begins to grow. Or as you kind of bend, you kind of fluctuating between that. You kind of, and everything snaps back the way it was, and you try to mend the spell again and fix the thing, and you find yourself now getting a little bigger, gaining a little more muscle and a little more fat, and the spell kind of starts firing against you this time. So it's up to yourself if you yourself want to gain this additional weight and change, like become slightly older or younger, you can't quite tell, or if you want to make all the trees and branches and everything around you younger.
Yeah, I'll do the trees. The
Okay.
trees younger.
So all the trees and a bunch of moss begins to grow all around you. Moss grows on all these branches as well, and now that you have this kind of white smoke rising up from the fire, and everything around you in 20 feet becomes moist. Everyone gets a little damp. But it does, as long as you're focusing on the fire, you can kind of maintain this. It takes a lot of concentration, but you can kind of regrow them every now and again. And keep them in that young, fresh, woody state, I guess.
Nice.
Can I do something about the moisture? Sorry.
You
I'm
can
sorry.
if you want to. Yeah, there's a lot of moisture around the place. You can try to manipulate it with your waterbending if you'd like. You can...
Yeah, please, because I'd like to make at least some patches dry for the tents.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
So I just want to try and practice and see if I can do it.
So, I will get you to make a... just roll your spellcasting modifier for this. So for you, it would be your charisma modifier, your ability modifier for this.
So because I'm proficient, would I? My
Yeah.
proficiency in charisma?
You can make basically like a spell attack with this.
Okay, so it's just a D20 plus my charisma and proficiency.
Yes, you got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
And Gabriel, is it an actual tent we have, or is it just the outer lining of the tent?
This is a personal attack, just for anyone who doesn't know. Because one time for my birthday, I forgot the inner part of the tent, and we just slept in the outside part of the tent. But no, these are proper tents. These are real ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Okay.
There's one thing wrong you remember forever.
Oh yeah, Potato's got like the memory of an elephant. So what did you get on that one, Rael?
I got a 19.
Perfect. So you begin to kind of do this bit of a dance and swirl a lot of snow as well up from the ground, drying the grass completely, and any moisture that's coming from these branches that are burning, you start kind of rip that straight from them, and now have this orb of water in front of you.
Nice.
Real, just as nice.
You have
He's
about
happy.
5 or 10 liters of fresh water.
Fresh water. He's just gonna be having the orb sort of floating above his hands, and he'll look to the others. Hey, do we have any flasks or bottles? This is fresh water. We'll be able to use it.
Say
Paul
this.
would look inside in the carriage. Is there any?
Yeah, you're kind of looking around at a few things there. There's lots of barrels as well of kind of like dried food and a bunch of potatoes and all these kind of things that you can cook for about 10 days of travel. And there would be a couple of empty kegs as well, just kind of for just spare containers and things like that. So you can throw it into one of those barrels.
I'd like to throw it into the kegs, because then at least we can use it for drinking and cooking. So
Perfect. Cool. I'll say Seraphine is there putting up the tents currently. And,
So,
oh yeah.
would I be able to cast Guardian of Faith to just kind of like hover around since it lasts 8 hours? And
Yeah.
just
Absolutely. Ooh,
protect.
So
absolutely.
we've been traveling. How
And we
long have
can
we been
see-
traveling for?
4 hours. Not very long. But yeah, we can say you can do that, no problem. You can cast your Guardian of Faith. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know if I have it, but
And I'll go up to Riel and go, I'm guessing we're gonna take watches. I'll take the first watch.
oh yeah, sure.
So will I.
I use this for now. Sorry, I
Oh,
don't.
nice. Spike.
Probably Guardian there.
Quill, are you taking? You said you were taking the first watch with Wisteria.
Yeah.
You
I
sure?
don't think I'll be able to sleep.
I don't mind if you go to sleep. I've got Bunny protecting us anyways. He's kind of just.
Wisteria, I can't sleep. It's fine.
Oh yeah, you're dead.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take the second watch then.
Okay, we'll wake you up.
Thank you.
Alright. Just say as well, it's about 9 p.m. By the time you're all set up, you spend about an hour setting everything up. You feed the horses, you start cooking some dinner. And you start to hear now the sound of another cart. Wheels kind of coming through the snow.
Oh.
As you are just kind of making your way through here. And another man shows up. A small little cart with a donkey pulls it. And you see an old goblin on this cart with this kind of old greying donkey. He's got a bunch of things stacked up in boxes. He pulls the reins and just says, "Oh, hey, easy there, girl, easy there. Hello, do you mind if I pitch up next to you? It's an old traveling merchant. Maybe I can sell you my wares."
Oh, are you a relative of Quill's? We meet a lot of those.
No. He kind of takes a big suck on his pipe and puffs out a few kind of balls, like big smoky purple balls of smoke. Oh, can't say which one of you is Quill? She looks
I was
around.
gonna put her hand up.
Ah, the goblin, of course, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Nope.
What? What kind of wares are you selling?
Oh, I got a whole bunch of things. And he immediately takes that as an invitation and starts pulling up his fucking horse right next to you and starts rummaging
Can
through
I,
everything.
while he's coming through, can I just able to see if he safe?
Well, I mean, he's not
Hey,
hostile.
give me an
Wed-
insight check if you.
Yeah,
He's
with
definitely not
disadvantage
hostile.
still because it's not.
Yeah,
right
you're
now,
still
but
hungover. It has been
It's been 8.
It's been 9 hours now since you've set up.
Is it 9 now?
Yeah.
Oh, so I don't have disadvantage anymore.
You wouldn't know.
Lovely. Okay. See, let's do this one instead.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't matter because I suck.
What did you get?
What was it? Investigation or insight?
Insight.
Insight. 8.
8. It says he's just an old, fragile man, just pulling up with his wares. Don't get any hostility from him. He's already kind of
Okay.
just rummaging around in everything he has there, and he's gonna rummage through some things. He's like, "Well, I got some arrows. I got a couple of spicy potions of healing all the way from the jungle down south. It's pretty good stuff. Got a couple of whoa, Jesus!" You kind of just puts these wrapped up arrows that are in like a seems to be kind of like a leathery wrap just to the side, very gently. Some explosive arrows there. We got some. He kind of shuffles a little cardboard box and shakes it around. You can hear these things moving inside it. I got some magical ritual chalk, caltrops. Got some fancy clothes here. Don't know what they're doing here. Got a healer's kit. That's my own, though. No, I'll sell anything for a price. A good price to sell it to you. Got some silk rope. I got a couple of tents, but I can see that you've got your own fancy tents there. Got a tinder stone. I got a spell book. Got some food. I got a yeet bomb. He pulls out what looks like a pipe bomb that just says
my
yeet
God.
on it. You have any interest in that? I don't know what it does. Just found it. But it's pretty. I bet it does pretty cool things. I got That's about all I got right now. Just kind of came back from Selgary. Was gonna go fill up again in Orkill. There's weird shit going on though in that forest up ahead. Just a weird mist settling in. Just be careful.
What kind of weird shit are you talking about?
I don't know. It's kind of heard some singing and dancing going on in the forest. It's creepy.
Yeah, that sounds like Magnolia.
Oh no, not that forest. The little one there, the pine woods. And he just points now just beyond here. You're coming up to a pine woods, but you're just outside of it at the moment. There's banners floating around the place. I don't remember any town ever being there. I've been up and down these parts forever. You know what it could be though? I'm gonna take a history check, see if I know.
You know what it could be? Could be one of those sneaky moving ghost towns I've heard about. There's quite a few of them. Yeah.
Ghost town.
Yeah, ghost towns, yeah. They're real. Didn't
Would-
just make them up.
Would Wisteria heard of ghost towns? Considering she was traveling before
Hey, give me a
this?
history
Would
check.
Quill know, as she was a ghost?
Hey, give me history checks.
Listen, that makes a little bit more sense.
Oh no,
Can't even
people
argue
could
with
be
that.
ghosts. I didn't know you could have a town be a ghost.
Oh yes, yes. It happens, when a town, goes a town dies, it's turned into a ghost town. Yep. It's a real thing. It's a real thing.
I got a 12.
You got a 12? You haven't really heard
15.
of ghost towns. The only thing you would have heard of Quill being a ghost town, quote unquote, there is an area just kind of to like the northwest of the Magnolian Forest, just south of Richt Realta, the Star Platinum City. There is the old ruins of Culla. And this is just known as a big city that your dad once told you about, that just one day everyone in that city died.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you know about.
Just
But,
randomly died.
yeah, it's quite far from where you are at the moment, but that's the only place you would know. Wisteria, you don't really know about many ghost towns. You know a few ghost stories, but you never passed this place, or you never passed any kind of ghost town or city.
Strange.
Yes.
Spooky, huh?
I've heard of ghost towns. I don't think I've ever seen one.
Yeah, no, it's a rare sight. In all my 7 years, never seen a ghost town. Never, ever. Oh, 16 years. I was just kidding you. I'm 16 now. Jeez, time flies.
I'm not gonna ask. I'm interested in your wares.
Yeah, what would you like, honey?
And he's already putting up his little tent.
There we go. Perfect.
You mentioned some ritual chalk
Oh,
and
yeah.
a spell book?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of spell book is it?
Oh, it's a real freaky spell book. Like, I don't know magic, but I know that these spells are a little unusual. I showed it to my wife once. She didn't believe they were real spells, but she tried a few of them. I was screaming for 6 hours. Screaming for 6 hours, one of those spells. Yeah, very strange book.
What kind of spells are you talking about?
No, I don't even know. It's all gibberish to me. Don't know what language it's in. Some magic language, probably. My wife told me there's a spell she used on me. It was one of the spells.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would I be able to have a small read before I buy it? Just
Yeah,
to see
sure.
if it's something I'm...
Put the product in the customer's hands. That's what they always say.
And he hands you this very tacky, slightly sticky, red leather book. And you kind of peel open the pages, and there's loads of kind of like stains on the pages and everything else. But you start having to read through. Give me an intelligence check.
Okay.
While she's doing that, can I just ask him, you mentioned a sort of misty ghost town around Salgari, correct?
Yeah. Just up towards those woods there, yeah. Heard the freaking music. Creepy as shit.
I'm
That's
sure. Are you not mistaking it with the hidden elven area?
Haven't No, that one's way further away. A few days travel from here. The town, that forest though, yeah. The Quality Drift on another bit, maybe a few hours travel from here. That's a misty place too. there's a lot of misty places around here. Misty places, often spooky places. But no, the Misty Falls there is not haunted in the least, except for the lichens. They're a bit of a pain getting past, sometimes getting in and out of Selgaria. But yeah, no, don't believe that place is haunted. The elves just don't want you going prying in there. That's all. But this place, that weird pine woods, never heard a peep from it. It's very small little pine woods. Not many people go in there. Just a bit of pine. Find some pine needles, camp out there, have a great time. But heard recently from the Selgari tribe, a few of their children have gone missing, gone into the pine woods, never returned.
Gabe, can I just clarify that the place he's talking about is the one that I know of?
It's not.
It's not. Okay.
No, he's talking about something else now entirely. But
Okay, that's fine.
yeah, I just thought I'd give you a bit of lore regardless. But no. It's just a weird pine forest just up ahead. And he's got to fix in his glasses. Just give me the willies, you know. You just want to avoid something when they give you the willies. Usually your instinct is right. So I just veered around it. I'd recommend you maybe do the same until that music stops. I've been in a few places in my time when I haven't trusted my gut. No, I trusted old Bessie's instinct here. He just kind of slaps his donkey's ass, just like, anytime I didn't trust him, led me astray.
What, sir, what did the music sound like?
So I'm just gonna take a check out. Kind of like a carnival. Back when I was a bit younger, I used to go to carnival. Good old time. But I got stood up in a few carnivals too. Went on a few blind dates. Just kind of ended up hanging out with some creepy clowns and, not a big fan. So whenever I hear that music, I'm like, it's a bad time. Bad time, baby. Gotta avoid them.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Yeah, no problem. No problem at all.
Rael, can I talk to you for a second?
Okay.
Sure.
What did Wisteria get on the roll?
Intelligence, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I got a 10.
10. You kind of flick through. It's like some real scribbly stuff in here. It's really hard to decipher. And none of them have like names, but they have like hand gestures and everything and components on how to cast these spells. The only one you get a sense of is this one spell that he talked about, which was the spell. You need to study it and actually buy the book and have a good few hours to really decipher it. But essentially, it just seems to make people scream for a very long time. It's kind of what you're getting the sense of. You kind of point at someone you want this to target. There's two versions of this as well. One scares people, and one you scream. One makes someone else scream, one makes you scream. And it has two different effects, but you kind of need a bit more time to study with what you've rolled. But yeah, essentially, there are two screaming spells in here. Looking as well through, there are 4 other spells. A couple of cantrips, a couple of higher level spells as well.
As
What you think?
interesting as this book seems.
Give it to you for 100 gold. 100 gold is yours.
Huh?
100 gold. 100 gold is yours.
I mean, it's a very interesting book,
Tell me about
but
it.
far too valuable for me to take it off of your hands. I
Oh.
am interested in your ritual chalk still,
Yeah.
and I do need to be reminded of what else he had, because I remember.
Oh yeah. So we got some arrows. We got some potions. Got some explosive arrows. Got some ritual chalk, caltrops, spiky little things you throw on the ground, make people stand on them and go ah. We've got some nice clothes. I can sell you my healer's kit if you want it. Some silk rope, a couple of tents, tinderstone. Tinderstone's nice. You might want the tinderstone. Check this out. And he pulls out like a little dagger and runs this kind of burn. It looks like this bit of burning magma rock that he runs against his dagger, and his dagger lights up like hot red. Pretty cool, right? Cut through cake like an easy peasy. You ever see those books? Kind of like little comic books they give around of like little drawings of people cutting through things with really hot knives.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
they're
God.
going all over the place. It's like one of those. It's like instant. You make your own comic book in real life. It's fantastic. And I got a yeet bomb. Yeet bomb.
I love how you say it.
And, you know,
I think I missed like half of what you said. I'm not gonna lie.
oh, that's fair enough. We'll say it one more time. Get some arrows, explosive arrows, ritual chalk, caltrops, fine caltrops.
Caltrip.
Caltrops, put them on the ground, spiky little things, make people go ah. Yeah.
Outtrip.
Yep. Caltrop. Yep. Fine clothes, healer's kit, silk rope, couple of tents, tinder stone, spell book, yeet bomb.
Okay.
Can I approach the cards as well?
You can.
Okay.
Hey there, handsome man.
Good day to you, handsome man.
Oh, stop it, you. Fixes his glasses and they steam up a little bit. Gotta take some off to give him a wipe. How can I help you?
Can I flip through the book that Wisteria's looking at?
Yeah, sure. Give me an intelligence check while
Careful,
Wisteria's
it's-
chatting.
Yeah, it's stickier than my hands earlier.
Intelligence.
Yeah.
20 in total.
20, okay. So, as Wisteria is asking for about the fourth or fifth time to have him like read out the list of stuff, you get some time in to look through the book. You get a rough sense of what these spells are. There's a couple of spells. One's a level 1 spell, one's a level 3 spell. There's a couple of cantrips. One's called a face palm cantrip. There's another one called card throw. And then there's a level 2 spell in here called egg. And then there is a level 1 spell in here called summon a guy. And you start this one catches your attention as you start looking at it and you start discovering that this is like some really rough workings for a dunamancy spell. Like this is some random dunamancy magic that literally pulls a guy from another dimension. You don't know who it's gonna be. You're trying to like figure this out. Like this person had a little bit of a handle on dunamancy magic, like time and space magic and interdimensional magic, and what they've come up with is a way to drag a random guy from a dimension for a little bit of time.
Well, that is very interesting.
100 gold pieces!
How much would you like for this one?
100 gold pieces. How's that sound? By the way,
Well,
Maggie, actually, I'll get you to roll. Can you roll me a D100, Maggie, for your character? Let's see how much gold you actually carry.
Ooh, okay.
God.
Well, let's see how this goes. 29.
29. So let's say you have 290 gold on you.
Nice.
Ooh, I'm rich.
Boy.
It's pretty good, eh?
Well, it is indeed a deal. I was wondering if, for a fine man like myself, would you be perhaps willing to put a little discount through?
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay.
He's kind of still wiping his glasses and he kind of sits them back onto his face.
19.
He's like, oh, stop it, sure, yeah. I've been trying to get rid of it for a while. Give it to you for, give it to you 80 gold. It's my final offer.
Sounds like a deal.
There's some pretty good drawings. I saw some illustrations in there on how to crack an egg with your ass cheeks. I thought that was quite entertaining.
Oh my god.
Well,
Yeah,
that
it's
is
too far.
very entertaining,
Too far.
and
I
I'm
don't
pretty sure.
think you can crack an egg with your butt cheeks.
Oh, apparently you can, according to this book. Has all the instructions on how to do that.
I don't think that's possible.
This person has definitely studied it and tried every possible way under the sun, and they've circled in their best possible way to crack an egg with your ass cheeks. Anyway,
I will happily purchase this book from you. Thank you very much. And a
My
wink.
pleasure, you handsome man. Very
And
handsome
I
man.
walk back to the fire. Can I quickly make an insight check on Ghostly to see how she emotionally looks like?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Well, 14.
14. How does Ghostly look roughly? You can share whatever you like.
I mean, she's generally quite cheery, but she is a little kind of like, you know, kicking pebbles and stuff. She's a little, you know, Oscar's just sort of disappeared in the night, and she's a bit like, oh, Oscar's not here. I like having Oscar around, so you can tell she doesn't try to hide it or anything, so.
So as I walk past her, I'm just going to drop the book on her lap and be like, "Fellow wizard, I guess we can be friends."
Oh, do you want to study out the magic with me? We could do.
I guess that will be pretty fun. I have some tricks up my sleeve, if I may.
Oh, I'd be eager to learn some new magic to show Oscar when we see him again.
I guess so. You guys keep talking a lot about this individual. Seems like you care about him a lot. Yeah, it will be a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm especially close to Oscar. He's like my special friend, you know.
I think I know what that means. I have many special friends.
Whoa!
Nice.
Wow.
And I just sit across her from by the fire. Thank you.
Cool.
Oh my
And we'll
gosh.
I guess we'll do a little book study.
All right. So we'll say, we'll get back to that in a minute. We'll have this encounter, but it'll take you between the two of you. It'll take an hour to study each spell, for you to understand and learn how to use it.
Yeah, no problem.
Cool. And during that time, you can prepare the spells by looking in the book. If you've learnt the spell from the book, but you'll need the book if you want to prepare it again. If you change out those spells, you just need to look over the spell again during a long rest to prepare those ones. But yeah, there you go. You have a spell book between the pair of you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So there's a Healer's Care, Silk Rope, Tinstone, and a Yeet Bomb.
I definitely want the rituals chalk.
Ritual chalk, yeah, sure thing.
And the healer's kit
Yes.
sounds nice.
Sure, yeah, I'll be heading to town soon, so I probably don't need it. Yeah, I'll give it to you. You know how to give you the whole thing? Give you the whole thing for 160 gold.
Wait, every item or just the things I listed?
The two things you want, a Healer's Kit and the chalk?
Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm kinda interested in that yeet bomb.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Hi now. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Gotta say, it's pretty cool. You know,
I'll tell you what.
what?
I'll tell you what.
Okay, you tell
I'll
me what.
I'll give you 200 gold, right?
Right, okay.
And I'll get the rituals chalk.
Yeah,
I will also want the healer's kit.
okay.
I'll get the explosive arrows.
Yeah, oh, easy there now. They're 100 gold each.
Maybe not the explosive arrows.
Okay.
But that flamey stone thing. I like that flamey stone.
Yeah, that'll cost you about 200 gold for that.
Even for a young sweet lady like me?
Yes?
I see you learning soon. You're learning really fast.
I mean, give me a persuasion check.
Fuck's sake.
21.
Nice.
And she's like, "Hey, listen, your friend bought some stuff for me. Give you a 10% discount on whatever you purchase. How's that sound? Let me just bring out my abacus. Here we go. Okay, so what we got here?
Well, I definitely want the rituals.
Everyone that you... Okay, ritual chalk, 150 gold. Cool. Okay.
I think you can keep the healer skit. I'm a healer. I don't need it.
Yeah, fair enough. I'd like to keep myself alive too, so happy to hang on to that. Yeah.
Not sure why you're selling that if you need it.
Oh, I was just, if you gotta buy it, I'll sell it to you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking a lot about you.
No, very considerate. Very considerate.
Of course, for such a great merchant yourself.
Oh, sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
So what do you want?
The fiery stone.
Fire stone,
thingy.
okay, 200, another 200, okay.
And you know what? Sure, the yeet bomb. That sounds fun.
You know what? Yeah, okay. You know what? Okay. You know what?
What?
Okay. I just do some maths here. And I'll give you the whole damn package. Whole damn thing. How's 150 gold sound? I mean 450 gold. How's that sound?
150 gold?
Not at all.
That's such
No.
a steal.
I didn't say that. I'm old.
I heard. Real, didn't you hear 150 gold? Yes, I
Quill
did.
took me aside, so I'm not paying attention.
Freudian slip or whatever you call
Wait,
it.
I'm gonna wait. Grab, didn't you hear 150 gold? Yes, I heard of 150 gold.
Yeah, do not sound like that. You make me sound very small.
Heck,
So,
you heard 150 gold, didn't you? And can I just try, just stare him in the eyes and go, you heard 150 gold, right? Right, Greg?
No, I hear everything.
Yeah, exactly, and you heard 150.
Give me a persuasion check. I should take a perception check.
Fuck. I am using my inspiration from last week! Persuasion, that's 17.
Okay, Grug. He's like, I hear everything. I hear him say 150. And I hear him say, also, no.
Can I put my hand over his mouth as soon as he starts saying anything else?
Okay.
But he heard 150. But you know what? I'm a really kind soul.
Oh, yeah?
And I really want to make sure that you're treated right.
Uh-huh.
So I will give you 250 gold.
You know what? Because I'm a very generous man, I'm gonna change it to I'm gonna change it to 460 gold. How's that sound?
That's cheeky. I'm not gonna lie.
There, says yourself, Miss Cheeky Cheeks over here. Queen of Cheek.
Look at us having so much fun together.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
470 gold.
Okay, listen.
470 gold. It's last offer.
Okay.
Going once.
Okay. Wait.
Going twice.
Oh, come on. I'll definitely buy something.
Going
for
3
you.
times.
Is there? Wait, come on. I can do something for you.
What can you do?
I.
Hello?
Really powerful cleric. I can do anything for you. What is it that you need? I will pay.
Okay. Hello?
The other half of the price, I will do something for you.
Marissa, you need to say
I
that
just-
again. You died.
So
She's dying.
you lower the price? Lower the price
Okay.
for...
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you now.
Yes.
I can't hear you anymore.
Damn it, I'm dying.
A little bit.
I imagine her cutting out in the middle of the conversation. She's like, the mouth is going, but it's silent.
Okay,
You
wait,
know what?
can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
can you...
Okay,
you-
so I'll pay part of the price,
Yeah.
right? And then for the other half, I will do something for you that's worth that amount of price. So, or maybe I have something to trade that you would want to sell for your shop. That's also worth of value for you.
You know what? I'll give it to you for 450 if you leave me have a good night's rest. And we'll stick with that. How's that sound? 450 gold. And you bless my horse. And
What if I bless your horse and also heal you? And
I don't need healing.
Well,
No. I'm
I will.
healthy.
Fucking damn it!
You're trying to call me unhealthy, woman?
No.
Takes a big
I just-
suck on his pipe.
No. I didn't mean as in like I'm gonna heal wounds that you have right now. Like you don't have any. You're 16 and you look so great. I didn't think you were a year overweight.
Okay, listen, look, I don't want you in my car. I don't want you coming being my traveling healer, to be honest. I just want to go to bed.
No, I was just
So
gonna...
I just give you the shit for 400 gold. How's that sound?
That sounds like a great deal.
Yeah, you little fucking pixie head. Take it. Give me the gold.
25 minutes of that! Jesus!
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Honest fucking deal. You throw a hard bargain.
He kind of starts shoving himself into
Oh, man.
his stuff into the tent. So yeah, you have a yeet bomb, you have a tinder stone, and you have some magical ritual chalk.
Heat bomb.
Yes.
Oh god. Ritual chalk.
Okay. He starts getting into his tent. Is there anything else anyone would like to do?
I wanted to talk with Rael.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let's say take you to the side there. So while that was all going on.
Oh, away. Aye.
Okay.
Away.
Going into the trees. Scandalous.
I felt like if we were gonna go far, we would go the opposite direction, close to the mist.
Okay.
Sitting in the woods.
Okay.
I like to make our lives hassle by going close to the danger.
Yeah, sure.
Of course.
Now we will go.
So you're right on the edge of the woods, we'll say, at this stage. Looking in. Both give me perception checks.
I love you, dice.
I got a 20.
20.
I got a natural 20,
Wow.
and then perception would be 23.
All the pair of you hear it like perfectly, just as clear as day. You can hear festival music just as off in the distance. You can also see through the mist the kind of these gold and red lights flashing, almost like small little silent explosions going off here and there off in the distance, and occasionally coming up past the trees a fluttering of red silk. And you can hear the sound of laughter, music, and just all around kind of festivities. But there is something about it while listening to it. The pair of you both get just these little shivers down your spine.
It may be a coincidence, but my dad was talking about when I asked him about one of the people that killed us. And he said that one of them retired and became a circus conductor or something like that. He owns a circus. He's a cunt. Took my dad's leg or something. I don't fully remember, but it could just be a coincidence that there's a carnival in the middle of the misty woods.
So are you saying that you wish to investigate it?
Dad said to leave him alone, that he was dangerous, and that but if he's here...
Well, I think you should listen to your father, Quill.
But if he's here, Real, he killed us. At least I just want to see if it could be them. Just so I can keep a tab.
I may not fully understand that pain, but I'm sure what your father said was to stop you from maybe getting killed again. That is just my thought on the situation. He just wants to keep you safe. He doesn't want to risk you getting hurt, like any parent should with their child. I think you should listen to him. But
Even a peek?
how much you want to go forward with it?
Even a small peek. Just like outside of the carnival.
I'm just worried that even if you get that small peek, you will refuse to let it go.
Do you
Sleep
know
on
if-
it.
Sure. That makes sense. After watch.
Yes, yes. Sorry, was there something else you were about to say?
No, it's kind of a silly idea, but that's one of
An
us.
idea is always an idea, so
Do
well.
you know anyone that's able to make a tracking charm or something?
Tracking.
Hmm.
I don't think I would, but
Give me a history check.
sure. Okay. 13.
Elkstrin
Oh.
used to be a bit of a hunter. He had a love for insects, which he would place on people.
That makes sense.
His hordes of insects used to be able to find that missing insect, and he could track people down that way.
Okay.
That's about all you'd know.
Okay. It will say it is possible. But I personally don't know how to do it. A long time ago, I knew someone that was able to do it to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how he did it. There is a way, though. I'm sure if there must be some sort of book or information on it. I don't know if I can be much help.
No, that's okay. At least we have a lead in a way. Thank you, Rael.
No problem. Just very quickly, this is a Sharis. Did I ever talk to Quill about ghosts? Like Rael seeing ghosts? I feel like I have, but I don't think I have.
I think we've seen you. I've asked you that because I've seen you looking at them.
Okay, but they never came
proper
into
chat. No, I think you've only briefly mentioned that. Like, you saw that, I saw that. That's about it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It didn't really like discuss it. Okay,
No.
okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, he'll just nod a bit, like, okay, that's fine. Just on the same topic though. I know before we mentioned, or you asked that I could see, you could see, in the terms of ghosts, and I was wondering if you had any idea or information as to why, because I do not know why.
Would
Can
I
you
have
see them?
any inkling of why I would be able to see ghosts apart from just my mom?
Give me a religion check.
This dice is so good. I love you.
Yes. Religion, what about you?
22 altogether.
22.
22.
You know that your mom, more through your dad, because you didn't really know your mom super well, but you know that your mom was blessed in a certain way. She was blessed by the Morrigan.
Oh, nice.
Which gave her the gift of sight, to be able to speak and contact and interact with the dead. But you'd also know that anyone who's been kind of blessed or gifted with any kind of powers from gods or deities, or have any kind of strong spiritual connection, have been known to be able to see spirits and being able to see into the ethereal plane.
Okay. She'll just kind of cross her arms and think for a bit. Well, my dad said that my mom was special and that she was blessed by Morgan. The reason I could most likely see ghosts is because I was her daughter and was a ghost and also dead.
That makes sense, but I as far as I know, I do not think either of my parents are blessed.
like you are. Not my Morgan, but Demu. I think it's just more if you have a spiritual connection with any deity. I think that's why Wisteria is able to see ghosts as well. She's connected to her ones.
That would make sense. Oh, I never thought of it that way.
I am confused though why Oscar never saw them. He had such a good connection with the mother.
It's true. You'd think if anyone was blessed by, as you said, any god, you'd be able to see them, but
yeah,
he hasn't.
No.
Just interesting. Well, thank you. That clears things up. To be honest, I'm still getting used to this sort of thing. So
the water powers or the ghosts?
both, I think. I mean, even just the other day, I learnt something new. So I guess it's the learning's never going to stop, which I guess makes it fun.
We never stop learning, as Dad like to say, and continues to say.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just get some rest, think about it, and see what the team is up for in the morning.
Yeah, maybe in the morning it would be less dangerous to go check it out. And I think we have to go that way anyway.
We might pass it on the way, we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go back to the fire. Away from the fire for me, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna sit by the fire and just keep warm.
Okay. Alright. So, you'll kind of snuggle down and relax, rest up, and is there anything else you want to do before you all head to sleep?
I think since Wisteria is taking first watch, she'll kind of sit in a little corner against Bubbles.
Okay.
And take out her Exalted Book of Deeds and try
She hasn't studied it
through
all.
it. Yeah, I haven't had time to open it up in a while. I've been dying half the time.
I'll get you to make an investigation check. Either an investigation check or a wisdom check. Up to yourself.
Of course I'm going for wisdom. Jesus Christ. Oh. Let me do maths here. Why is this so hard? I think that's a 12. 5 plus 7, that's 12, right?
Yeah.
That's
You've gone over this so many times. You can't find any hint, any clues, any puzzles, any key bits of information here that tell you like what the password is or what the thing is to unlock the next part of this book. You really, really rack your brain trying to figure it out. But again, you just read through the same heroic tales of all of these selfless individuals who kind of, despite all odds, prove themselves and sacrifice something about themselves to save others. That's about all you get from every one of these stories.
Damn it. Okay. Could I go up to Quill and go, "Hey, Quill!
Yeah, what's
So you know the Arcana tablet and how you need to do like
Oh
something
yes, do
to
you
it?
want me to try
Yes,
and
please.
unlock it?
That would be lovely.
I'll try.
I know you can't do everything like today, but
I might as well.
I'm going to make roll me 4d6s, please. And you can reroll ones for every sneak attack damage that you have, or for your thieves' tools.
D6.
Yeah, 4d6. Let me
Need
know
to
if you
get
get
all of my
any.
dice.
Mhm.
Is that my portal with the bomb again? ASMR?
What?
Is it I re-roll the ones?
You can reroll ones. You can reroll a 1 for, first of all, because you're proficient in thieves' tools, and if you get any more ones, you can reroll it equal to your sneak attacks. 1s or 2s, I'm gonna say. If you get a 2 or a 1, you should reroll them.
I currently have 2 ones, so I just re-roll both.
Okay. What did you get?
Yeah. Okay, I have a 6, a 4, a 3, and a 2.
Okay, so how many sneak attack dice do you have?
How do I check my sneak attack dice?
What level rogue are you?
I am a level 4 rogue.
4 rogue. Let me just double check. As a level 4 rogue, you have 2, so you have 1 more dice that you can reroll.
Okay.
So you can reroll that 2 once more.
Okay. A 6, a 5, a 4, and a 3.
Okay, and with that, after maybe about 10 minutes of fiddling around this thing, you open it up. And inside is this glass-like tablet that shimmers with this kind of rainbow-like magical energy and has all of these runes inscribed in it in primordial.
I opened it.
Oh, I can't believe oh, okay. Okay, hold on. And she'll put like her glasses down from my head. I go, okay, I can read this. It's fine. What does it say?
Alright.
Can I read it with the glasses? It reads every language, so I'm assuming it reads the runes, right?
Yeah, so you get a gist from this thing, and it is, again, it seems to be more of a story. And you watch as Wisteria, she peers into this tomb. Wisteria's eyes turn into these kind of swirling lights of color. And Wisteria, you feel incredibly sad. And you find yourself sitting at the edge of a cliff, looking over just endless forest, and in the distance you can see this huge figure with about 7 different heads just pulling up earth from the ground, not actually touching it, but kind of like, earth bending like mountains, and filling streams with water and swirling the sky, creating clouds and vapor, and sticking one head into the ground, and just you watch as this orange glow comes up onto their face, and you can see like this reptilian face, this dragon-like face, as they fill the ground with fire. And you sit there on this cliff, and you turn to your side, and there's a man with silvery hair swept backwards, just kind of frozen into place. He has a single monocle. He's wearing this lab coat and not much else. He's got a loose tie around his neck. And he's very stiff and stern and very well put together. And you find yourself asking him, what is he going to bring to this world? What is he going to do? And how is he going to change it? And he turns to you with his cold eyes and he says, I'm going to put some, order to this world. I'm going to put predictability and make it help other people comprehend what this is.
I disconnected, so I didn't hear after like the guy with the monocle.
Okay, well, you've asked him what he's going to bring to this world. How is he going to change it? And what's he going to add to it? And he says that he's going to add predictability to this world, stability, something to make it easier to understand and comprehend. He's going to make it, and he holds a rock in his hand. He throws it up. And instead of going left or right or any kind of unpredictable way, it just comes back down into his palm. And he kind of crumbles it, and he compresses it, and compresses the atoms inside that rock, and opens up his hand, and he holds a diamond in there. And he says, I'm going to bring science. And so you sit there pondering with your hands on your thighs, like patting them, and you wonder what you're going to bring to this world. And this big grin forms on your face. And you think, I'm just gonna fuck with him, and I'm gonna make everything unpredictable. And then you come back to, you're sitting there beside Quill. And you look down at this tomb, and you get a sense that this is a fraction of what that person made. And this name rings in the back of your head, the name Arcana. And you understand that Arcana made this tablet.
Mysteria? Mysteria,
Yeah?
you okay? You kind of... Your eyes turned weird.
I need them all.
You need them all what?
There's more of these.
Tablets?
It's like a story.
What
I
does this
need
one
them
say?
all.
What does this one say?
It's incomplete.
There's more to it, but that's as much as your little brain can comprehend for now. If you felt like if you stayed in there any longer, you wouldn't come back.
This is definitely powerful.
Is it safe for you to do that? That doesn't bode well, that tone of voice. No.
I mean, it's safe as long as I don't stay there very long.
How do you know what's too long?
I'm not gonna lie, I felt like I was just risking it right there and then.
It was kind of more like a reflex there, where you were kind of almost thrown out of it. Actually, your body just kind of reacting there, where it's just like, well, no, too much, and you just hurled yourself out of it as a reaction.
It's interesting, though.
Do you know where the others could be?
No.
You
In
have
all honesty, I knew about these, but only really as a rumor.
You have your deities. I don't know what their names, but
Oh! Let me introduce you to my wonderful deities. It's Ox and Im. Well, they're Oxivian and
Imdal.
Imdal.
Reminding you of your own ones.
It's Oxivian and Imdal. But I call him Ox and Im, we're pretty good terms. And they're twin gods. They're my wonderful little deities. One is for good fortunes and the other one is for absolute mischief.
You seem to go with the mischief more than the other. Not a bad thing. Just you.
I don't seem to have very good fortune. Kind of
Um,
seem to get in a lot of chaos.
Not
But
bad.
I love them nonetheless. I'm not sure.
they help?
I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not even sure how I would contact them. They
Do you
just
want me to
kind of
help you?
appear.
They're currently standing on your shoulders, on each shoulder with their hands on their hips, but Quill doesn't see them, and eventually you feel a little tapping on your shoulder, just...
Oh. Oh, hello.
Huh.
Hi.
Huh.
I guess you guys don't know about this. Do you guys know about this?
Kind of look at each other and kind of shrug, and one of them kind of skips down like through the air and just slaps it, and then you see their eyes kind of like these just lights shoot out like freaking what are they called, spotlights almost, kind of just shoot out of their eyes, and like
Ooh.
rainbow colors, and like just kind of fire off, a little bit of smoke fires off them, and it just across the top of the tarp on the carriage itself, and they reappear on your shoulder like wow, that's an auntie.
The what?
That's an auntie.
Yeah, that's Auntie.
Auntie.
Oh.
The
What's
other
that?
one comes down and just just slaps it and it fires off and reappears on your shoulder.
Mysteria, what's going on?
that's Auntie.
What's Auntie?
Auntie.
What do you know about it? Can I know?
Auntie Arcana.
Okay.
She dead.
I figured that much, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, she dead. She's...
How did she die?
Who died?
She's just not there anymore. She's just in here.
She's in here?
She's in here.
Gives it a kick and
Who's
then
dead and
their
where are
foot
they?
flies off.
Okay, well, don't kick your auntie! You can't.
Hysteria, what the fuck is going on?
Quill, I'm having a very important conversation. Please
With
hold
who?
on, and I'll get back to you.
You look at
Okay,
Quill,
yeah.
and they're now just playing with Quill's hair, and Quill, you feel your hair kind of like floating up around you.
Okay, guys,
Oh,
that's
okay.
a little rude.
Okay, no, it's fine. They can do it. They can hang out in my
Okay,
hair.
well, do you know anything about this? Like, okay, that's Auntie. Auntie's dead, but now she's not, and she's in here. Do you know how many more of these are?
No?
Do you know where I can find these?
No?
Are you just saying no to every question I ask?
No? No?
Can I insight check them?
You can insight check a god. Go ahead.
Dude, baby gods!
Okay, little shits, that's a 26.
You just start hearing inside your head, just no, 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 and they just stand there smiling at you.
I don't know.
You know, I love you too, but you guys really test my patience.
You really test my patience.
Do you even have any patience?
They just put their hands on the hips and just close their eyes like,
Listen, with Stevie, listen here. You don't even know.
Then tell me.
You don't even know, cause I don't know. You don't even wanna know. But I know.
Why don't I want to know?
You don't know.
I don't know why I don't want to know.
So if you knew what we knew, then you'd be dead.
Okay. And how do you know the stuff that you know? And how are you? I mean, you guys are gods, I guess.
we gods, and they just high five each other, and they do poof out of existence.
I feel less things in my hair. Did they go? What happened?
Yeah, they kind of just poofed away. I'm not gonna lie to you, Quill. I don't know why. Okay, so I feel like I'm more confused than I was in the beginning.
Okay, so start from the beginning. You said something about Auntie
So
and them being dead.
it sounds like Oxenim, Arcana is their auntie,
Okay,
which is pretty cool.
nice.
But Auntie died,
Uh-huh, not so nice.
but Auntie's alive again. And I think I'm holding a fragment of her right now.
Ooh, like my mom? Who's
Your
in the
mom's a
tablet?
puzzle?
Who's in the tablet?
Arcana.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, when my dad wished for us to come back, I came back okay, but my mom, not so much, as she's in different pieces and different objects around the world, maybe. I don't know. I don't know who she is.
Okay.
And
Well,
it seems a bit similar to what is in the tablet,
maybe?
I would assume. If she's dead, I could try and connect with her.
I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think she's dead. They said she's not dead anymore.
Technically, my mom's not dead either. She's
I
just trapped
feel
inside the
like-
objects.
I think I need to collect all of these. I
Oh.
want to know more about her.
I'm just gonna try and like hold out my hands. Is it okay if I have the tablet for a second?
Poke it first to see if you get sucked in or anything.
I'm gonna poke it.
You poke it and you get sucked in. You feel like
Fuck
this hot energy just shoot up your arm, and you find yourself lying in the dust. with your blood spilling out all around you.
Can I slap her as soon as she gets sucked in?
You can, there's no response.
God damn it.
Uh,
Is she still touching the tablet?
she is.
Can I pull the tablet away?
You try to grab her finger and it's stuck.
So I'm laying in the dust and I'm bleeding.
You
Okay.
yeah, sorry.
And
And you reach out desperately, trying to touch the fragments of the large tablet that you had once given. That you were once. So this large. Sorry. I'm gonna start again. So you're desperately trying to touch the fragments of this large glass tablet that you were once given by the love of your life, and he who's left you now in this state. Your eyes are blurry, and hot tears, dust, and the life from sorry. Your eyes are blurry from hot tears, dust, and the life that's draining from them. And darkness begins to close in, but you grab all of these fragments and hug them close into your chest, and you let your blood flow into it, filling the material that this tablet was made up of, and they begin to fill with this red blood. You can rest now, though, knowing that magic will live on. And you come back to.
Mr.
Sir,
Mr.
you're back.
Mmm.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't touch it.
That was it. What did you see?
Big silver hair guy. Order and what was it? Predictability? And how he's gonna make everything have a reason for it and everything easier, and Earth was coming up, and Dragon, and then there was a diamond, and then I said I'm gonna be unpredictable, and then I came back.
That's not what I saw.
Maybe it's another piece of the story.
A sadder piece.
Mine was a little sad. What was your like?
I was left dying in the dirt by the love of my life. I'm not sure who though, because I don't comprehend that.
Okay.
But I made the tablets at that moment. So maybe it's the full story, just in different parts, and then we need to get all the parts to make the story.
You can see now as well, looking down at the tablet, is slightly jagged at certain edges. It looks like it is the fraction of something more.
If I bring out my mom's skull, does it like resonate with each other? Like, do they seem to have the same vibe?
No.
Do they feel different?
Your mom's doesn't seem anywhere near as powerful as what's inside here. Your mom's still kind of lies dormant when you move it around. It seems somewhat magical, but this tablet, even as you move it through the air, it just kind of makes a like hums as it moves. It's just filled to the brink with power. It's incredibly powerful.
I have a theory, but I think I want to test it out. Riel?
What's
Yeah.
Riel doing?
Oh, was everyone sleeping if this is first watch?
I guess so. And I guess by the end of this time as well, with them both being out for hours, it will be coming up to your watch at this point.
Okay, yeah, I'll just poke my head out the tent, like, oh, is it time? Oh, okay, one sec. And I'll just shuffle out, put my boots on, tie my hair up,
Okay.
and come outside. What's going on?
Well, we unlocked our Arcana tablet. I have a small theory, but I want to test it out. How comfortable are you with being sucked into a different world for just a second and then getting kicked out?
It's not that bad. It just feels weird.
It's just like rubbing his face, like getting the sleep out his eyes.
Yeah.
Like, oh god. Wait, you opened it here?
I didn't think I would actually be able to. I thought it would take another day.
I know it
Oh,
probably wasn't a
guys.
good idea, but we don't really
No.
get rest that often, and I wanted to know more about it. I kind of realize now that was probably a bad idea, but I
Mm-hmm.
really want to test this fury, so can you just touch it? Maybe just
Uh-huh.
like sit down for a second so you don't drop or die. And if you do, I'll heal you, but like, you know.
He's just gonna peer back at the pen and just look at the tablet and just. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Just we'll walk towards and have a look at the tablet, just kind of sleepily staring at it, like.
Fucking
You
glass.
just-
It's stupid looking.
You just want me to
You
touch it?
Yes. So you touch it and you will go into like this weird world and you will see a couple images and then
Maybe
you'll get pushed
it
back.
may not work with you. It could.
Yes.
It could work. It may not as well.
I need to test something, so you just make sure that you remember what you see and then tell me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have fun. Don't die.
Reassuring. Okay. And he'll place a few fingertips on the tablet.
Okay. So as soon as you do, Rail, you are shot back about 10 feet through the air. And you watch as Rail, your eyes roll back in your head. You begin to float in the air. Your eyes glow bright white light. And all of the snow within about 20 or 30 foot begins to just shoot towards you, instantly melting and wrapping around your whole body. And you see now Rail is suspended in this like serpent-like stream of water. And Rail, you reopen your eyes. And you're back again to where it all started. And you see this one large, lifeless eye staring back at you. And you see your face reflected on the surface. Bright green eyes with rings of pink, lips a black void, and your teeth sparkle with starlight. Your wild red hair blends with the blood that drips from the surface of this eye. And you feel the sick slime of blood and ooze through your fingers, through the fingers of your hand that you hold this eye with. And all around you, you hear this vroom, 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 vroom of each of your comrades hurling their eyes into the chaos. And you look as well and follow where those eyes go into this fire and lightning and ice exploding into stone and then melting down into bolts of lightning again, which break off into steam, and it's just chaos incarnate. And then a cool, familiar hand holds yours, and you look into the eyes of your lover, Newt. Their eyes are cold and calculative. Their thin brow furrows and their slick back iron hair begins to prickle like barbs. And they speak to you in casual primordial. He says, "Come. Throw yours with me, Archie." And you see their giant eye under their arm, and its dull blue iris is motionless. And Newt guides you over to Artemis, who you recognize as a wilder and more celestial-like Mother Doe. And she holds in her clawed hands a large, dull, yellow eye. And then you hear she's kind of like a little kind of perky and cheerful, and she says, "Okay, let's go, Archie, on my count." Then you hear this booming voice of 7 hissing voices all at once, and they say, "On mine!" And you look up to see Gaia, your leader of this rebellion for freedom. And she stands proudly on her hind legs. And in one of her clawed golden hands, she holds a black eye, the most powerful of all of these eyes. she took the responsibility upon herself to hold this one. And each one of her 7 serpent-like heads stare into the chaos unblinking. 1 black head, 1 green, purple, white, blue, red, and of course her yellow head at the center. And each head speaks in unison.
Oh, throw yours at my count. This dreamer shall dream no more. And with this eye,
She holds the black void, eye in her hand.
our new world is born. A sanctuary for all who cower in the chaos. We build this in this moment.
And with that, she spreads her glorious wings, sending ripples through the cosmos. And every one of you get blown back a bit. Yourself and Newt and Artemis hold your ground, while the others all begin to stumble. Shikenster, even with all of those legs and arms, begins to roll around in the void. Ikosa tries bracing herself, but her golden body is flung back, crashing into her other fellow titans. But there's one missing. And you look back to see your last companion picking away little bits of Zachriel's body. And Zachriel's body is still bound and wrapped up in this large serpent-like creature that seems to go on infinitely throughout the tentacle-like figure and the tentacle-like body of Zachriel. This serpent-like knot is holding him back, holding him in place while he sleeps.
Ramses! Attention! You're about to experience the birth of a new world.
And then Ramses skittles back on its insect-like legs. Its large, blubbery white torso wobbles ungracefully around the place, and the little slits all over its body begin to open and close in his panic state.
Arcana, are you ready?
And you look down at your dull pink eye, and you say back, "Yes, ma'am."
Fire.
And you hurl your eye into the chaos, along with your lovers and with Artemis's, and you watch them join the others tumbling through the void. And then with a whoosh, Gaia throws hers, and it begins rocketing towards the universe, tearing up space and time, and with that she hurls herself forward with as much force that she splits the stars apart. The empty space begins to crack and release light and gives off the birth of new stars. And she continues to charge as all of you follow behind at your own speeds. Gaia grabs hold of the black void eye, pushing it with her clawed hand, pressing against the chaos, and you need to squint to be able to see through your eyes. Usually see everything. To just make out what's happening in this blinding light that's created just from this action alone. And your ears begin to bleed as Gaia splits apart the elemental chaos. The chaos splits, buckles under the pressure, and it begins to bend around her hand as she presses against the universe, warping it with the eye at the center. And this force creates a pull that sucks you and the others into this hole that she creates, and you grab hold of Newt's hand while the pair of you look back as the chaos reforms again behind you. As you guys head and push towards, pushing through the chaos, you little group of rebels, the unwanted titans of the chaos. You are the Fae, breaking free from the chaos into this new world, uncharted territories, a land unknown, a land that will be wild and free, one that you can shape with your own dreams. The Feywild. And as you press through the universe and you stretch through the chaos, creating this teardrop shape, these gods form this teardrop shape through the universe stretching out from the elemental chaos. It begins to slow over years and years of pushing ahead. The wild, chaotic energy begins to solidify, creating this godlike tear, which will be known as Gostar in the future.
Wow. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
baby.
Holy shit.
You come
That's
back
tense.
to the last thing you see behind you is Demu unreleasing themselves from Zachariel and being flung to another direction inside the universe. And Rael, you drop down onto the ground, and rain begins to fall around you. The fire goes out a little bit, goes a little dim, finally extinguishing. And the tablet loses a bit of its bright luster, and it kind of calms down a little bit. It's not as powerful as it once looked, but you can still tell there's a lot of power still inside it.
Yeah.
Riel? Are you okay? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't have touched it.
You
Just,
okay?
I'm fine. Just put it back in the box for now. Just put it back.
Okay.
Quill's putting it in the box and shutting it.
Okay. You know the password now, so.
Yeah.
As he.
Are you okay? Oh goodness, are you? Don't tell me you're dying.
No, I feel fine. That was strange.
Yeah.
What did you see?
Yeah. What did you see? We'll say what we saw. What did you see?
I'll say as well, just for expediency, maybe I'll say that you can summarize it all pretty much, just because there was a lot there.
I was just.
Yeah, you go ahead though.
I was just,
Feel free to explain.
he will kind of like say as much as he can, but just for roleplay's sake, I'll only do a little.
Yeah, go for it.
It was just chaos everywhere. So many. It was all the gods, all the Fae. They were the Titans. They were putting their eyes into the chaos. It was like the dreamer's eyes. Necklaces that we found in different colors. It might be linked to that, but what I saw was the creation of Gostar. Gaia, even was even Demu there and Zachariel. So much blood, chaos. I don't. Huh.
I saw a dragon and then the silver hair guy, and he was pulling earth out of the ground, and then a diamond was created, and he said something like, God, it's so fuzzy. I just remember him saying something like, "Let there be science," or
Science.
order, and
What do they all have in common?
order and predictability. But then the last thing I was sat on a cliff, and I felt sad, and the last thing I remember hearing or seeing was just, maybe it was me? I don't know. It's just, someone just said, there's, let there be unpredictability or chaos. It was.
Did any of us have anything in common?
I'm not sure.
Chaos.
Just chaos, I guess.
I
Creation.
didn't have chaos. Don't think. I just felt that I was betrayed by the love of my life. Something like that.
I also seem to have some sort of lover by my side. Newt. Their
What do they
name.
look like?
It's a bit fuzzy, but and I can't really remember exactly how they look like, so I will just say what you explained.
And as you do explain it, and the name Newt kind of rings off in the back of the pair of your heads, Wisteria and Quill, like a very distant memory that you can barely remember. It does seem familiar. It seems like someone that you knew a very long time ago.
odd.
Someone that we knew,
Well,
or like the
when you
the
were this
memory.
person, yeah, the memory of this person
Okay.
have already gotten muddled with your own.
Okay.
I don't know them, but I feel like I do.
Same.
Just please keep that tablet safe and in its box.
I will do.
Thank you.
I just I just know I need them all. This is barely a fragment.
See? Well,
I
we'll
want
see
to
if we
get
can
them
find
all.
anything.
Hmm.
Keep it safe and keep it secret. I mean, we have a merchant here. We have a couple of strangers that we don't know. Even though they've given no reason to not be trusted, shouldn't get it out if it's not
No.
with the immediate team. Are we understood?
Yeah,
Understood.
don't take it out.
The only people
No.
that know about it is you, Quill, and Shahil. So
That's fine. Just you just get some sleep. Okay, I'll take over.
okay. Thank
Okay.
you, Riel.
I'll see you in the morning.
Quill's gonna go in a meditative state as she does not sleep, but she is just vibing.
Alright. Sisters sleeping here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mister is
I'll.
gonna put the Arcana tablet in her bag though, and
yeah.
like wrap it up in the in like
Yeah.
some clothes. I don't know.
I'll try and get the moisture out of the wood and try and relight the fire.
Yeah. Let's see.
Just to keep it
What it was.
safe. Yeah.
There we go.
And I'll sit watch for the rest of the time.
Alright, I'll get you to make a perception check as you do.
Okie pokey, it's 14. Not great, but
Yeah, you managed to stay awake through the whole night, and you do watch now as the mists from the forest begin to slowly throughout the night get closer and closer to the camp. You would start picking up on this after a few hours. You do start noticing it is starting to get a little closer. The music from this space is getting a little louder. You hear more kind of dancing and parading. It's almost like the entire forest is moving towards you.
is that all I see? Even if I just stand by it, like the left side of the right side of the tents, like in that direction, I don't see anything else. Like
Now that you are, tuned into it, I will say you can make me another perception check.
Yep. Okie pokey, that's a bit better. That's a 16.
16. So you can start to now see more kind of motes of light, beginning to form in the trees around you. As this mist is coming closer and closer, and now all of a sudden the forest is like brightly lit. And you can see shadows of people dancing inside. You can hear screams occasionally, but screams of joy and laughter. And then you see one little object roll out from the woods. Just kind of roll along the floor. It's this kind of round cylindrical object. Not cylindrical, like a spherical object with like a stick sticking out of it. Kind of rolls off into the snow.
Can I investigate this mysterious
You have
stick?
to get a little closer if you want to check it out what it is, but you can.
I'll be very cautious.
Okay.
But I would like to just make a little check. I don't want to get too close, but even if it's just close enough to kind of make it out, that's more than fine. I don't need to be like in its face.
As you do kind of move away from the heat of the campfire into the snow now, between the light of the camp and the light of the forest, you can see what looks like a candied apple has rolled out from the woods in the mist onto the floor. Perfectly bright red candied apple with a stick coming out the top.
That is ominous. Time is it about?
Actually, it'll probably be a bit darker than this. I'll bring it down. That's dark. It's fine. I just like playing around with all the settings. It would be about 4 a.m.
Oh. Okay.
About 3 or 4 a.m. Yeah.
I'll go back to camp. Closer to the camp. If they're that close, I think I will wake everyone up.
Okay.
So I'll go poke my head in the tents, just like, hey,
Yeah, people
we should get up.
stir and slowly wake up.
Sorry, I know it's early.
Is something already happened?
I don't think it's too much of a concern just yet, but that mist has gotten closer, and I don't want to be here if it's
Okay, hold on. I
It's
think
okay.
I got something that could check it out.
Oh,
I
good,
would.
good
I'd
thing
rather
you
just
didn't.
feel
You
moved.
didn't miss. You didn't miss that part. You missed. Good thing you didn't miss that part, right? Rel, on your watch. She was trying, but she really butchered that one.
Rather just if we can move, if we can. I would rather not go into the mist.
You wanna move already? Okay.
Yes, I know
What
it's
about the
early, but
merchant?
well, I'll wake him up too, and I'll
Cole's
go
gonna
over
go
there.
hold Grog's hand just to make sure he doesn't run off.
Hello, I'm waking up. I'm ready for anything.
Okay,
It's
let's
getting It's fine.
if Seraphina and Wisteria and Ghostly,
Yeah.
if you can just unpitch the tents and get them packed up,
Yeah,
get
got
them
it.
ready. Okay, thank you.
Can I
And
quickly
I'll
just-
wake up the goblin.
Okay. I'll quickly just talk to Bunny, the dragon, the spiritual guardian, and be like, anything hostile?
Doesn't seem to be picking up on much. It just seems to be just staring intently at that woods. Rarely managed to wake up the guy, no problem. Quill, as you kind of start staring off into the lights of the forest, can you give me a perception check?
Too good.
What did you get?
11.
11? You see the outline of a very small humanoid male figure. Seems to have chains on his wrists. And you start to hear,
Quill, help.
he
Dad?
gets dragged off again into the mist.
Dad! Real, they have Dad!
What do you mean?
Can I? Wait. Can I just run over to Quill and just like take a wrist to hold her back? Am I able to make out if I wasn't able to see that really, was I?
No, you look over there and there's nothing. There was no sign of anything.
Am I able to figure out if can I use divine sense, please? It's got a 60-foot radius, so it should hit.
Absolutely.
Quill is currently boarding it.
I'm holding a wrist.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
You're not going anywhere,
You-
Toots.
You need to get a little closer if you want to get divine sense in.
Okay. Quill, listen to me.
No, they have
Don't run
Dad!
off. Listen, calm. Okay, we'll figure it out, but you shouldn't go off by yourself, okay? Just stand here. Just give me a second, okay? Promise? Okay, just keep calm. And I'll step that bit closer to see if I can get that sense of anything.
So Rail steps a bit closer. Is anyone else doing anything currently? The old man's getting up. Okay, fuck this shit. He takes down his tent. He's already starting waking up his horse, his donkey. In particular, is there anything Ghostly or Cobra would like to do? I know you guys haven't done much at the moment as well. Otherwise, you can be happy roleplaying. Either way, it doesn't matter.
I guess I'm just very careful to the surroundings. I'm not saying much. I'm just being more observant.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not very comfortable with separating from everybody, so I'm just keeping within the pack.
Okay, cool. So, what's his name is already kind of starting to take off. He's blue. She just drag him out of the range of Grog because Grog got a fucking massive barrier around him. And when I select things, I select Grog as well. Oh wait, you know what? That didn't work. Okay, fuck it.
You left a rug.
I did. Don't know why there's a rug there. Okay. Anyway, he's gonna start making his way off out of there. No, done with this. Done with that. It's kind of taken off. Rail, as you do get a bit closer, there's a hideous stench coming from there. It's pure evil and malice coming from the mist. Anything else is kind of hard to get a read on. It's just...
Yeah.
Vile.
It's just, that's crazy. Okay.
Oh, you know what you'd
it was
also pick up on? What do you sense exactly? Can you tell me with the divine sense?
It's literally to find fiends, undead, or celestial creatures, good or evil.
Okay, cool. Yeah. It's real fiendish nature coming from there.
Fiendish. Okay.
Fiendish and somewhat celestial too.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Like
Not
that.
good celestial.
Not good celestial.
Not
like
at
real
all. Okay.
Sinister god-like vibes. Really powerful.
Okay. Just gonna wrinkle his nose at the stench and just take a few step backs closer to the camp. Okay. Here's what's going on. This, whatever this is coming towards us, is not good. It's very powerful. I do not want to go headfirst into whatever this is. Are we made clear? No one is to separate from the group.
Okay, maybe I can ask assistance from my gods. I don't know. It feels kind of like we're trapped in.
No, it's coming towards us from the right. It's not surrounding us at the moment.
Okay, then.
Okay, it's just everyone get things packed up on the cart.
Yeah. Mr. will just kind of like, stroke Madame's Sprout and Bubbles and go, "You guys ready? I know you didn't sleep much, but it's best we go."
Okay, I'm gonna go towards Quill as well and just kneel down and put my hands on her shoulders. Okay, Quill, listen. Whatever
was
you
it,
saw
Dad?
there, we cannot be sure if that was real or an illusion. Okay? Whatever this is fiendish and celestial work at play. They can do many things. I'd rather not go headfirst into this. It's for everyone's safety. Your safety. Be clear.
I could try calling him. I could try sending him a message.
No. Quill. Don't want to make a ruckus. Don't want to be standing out. Okay?
Would I have noticed if my dad in there had both of his legs? Or is my perception too low?
Yeah,
Just
your
now?
perception would probably been too low. It's kind of
Okay.
hard to make him out roughly. You heard his
Okay.
voice for sure. Definitely seemed, and it seemed like
Oh,
his
it's
proportions.
dad-shaped.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
that shaped.
Are you completely 100% sure you saw him? 100%.
I heard his voice and he looked like him.
You're not 100%.
No. But
Okay.
he's been gone for so long. I called him yesterday and he
Okay.
didn't say anything.
I'd speak
So
to
if he
get
was in
closer.
trouble.
Guys, maybe we should
Just
go
go.
now.
And I was just trying to usher her to the cart, make sure everyone's in, do last checks. Do last checks, make sure everything's packed up, make sure the mist isn't getting too close.
Just keeping an
in
eye
a-
on the
I'll
mist.
sit in the front with Riel.
Alright.
I'll just do the sort of crack the reins,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll go. Which way we wanting to go, guys? Are we wanting to go like up, down? 'Cause it's-
Anywhere that's not near the mist.
Okay, we'll go up.
Alright. Start riding up around the mist as it begins to follow you. I won't do
Rug
it
is
for
just
now.
really big.
Yeah, he's massive.
Rug's thing
Yeah,
is
he's
really
just got a crazy radius around him, so yeah, we're gonna... Oh my god. There we go. I don't kind of get the froggies. There we go. Okay, that'll do. Sure.
Bye, Bubbles.
So, yeah, you all start heading up around the wrist into the woods, trying to veer around this woods and mist that kind of seems to follow you slowly. But eventually, you pick up enough speed, get enough distance, that the lights start to
Would
fade
I-
away.
As I'm keeping an eye on it,
Hmm.
would I see anything on it again?
Yeah, give me another perception check, I guess.
A 2
A 2.
and a 3, which is a 5 altogether.
5 altogether.
Nice.
Last thing you see is, again, almost... This light is so bright and keeps wavering as well, and you see like red silk and everything coming out from the woods. and you see a very tall, thin figure wrap its hand around the smaller male figure that seems to be your dad, and they just pull them into the light. And you head off.
She's holding onto Rael's hand.
Okay. And you
Okay.
continue.
I'll keep a hold of her hand, kind of like first keeping it under his hand whilst holding the reins as well.
Okay.
For just added safety, Wisteria is gonna go into like her belt loops and get some bat fur, and she's gonna use Arcane Eye.
Mm-hmm.
So there'll be a giant floating eye in the sky, and it can see 30 feet, dark vision and normal vision.
Okay.
Woo!
So, Big Eye can look around. Give me a perception check with the eye. You can say you can look up as well, just above this, above the woods behind you now, or kind of to the back and to the side.
Do I add my own perception?
Yeah.
That's a 24.
24, looking around and through the mist in the woods. It's hard to see, but you can see more red banners and silk and everything fluttering through this wood. And now peeping through the trees, you can see carnival rides peeping up through them. You can see a big wheel. You can see this tower covered in red and white canvas, and other kind of rides and screaming noises all coming up from the forest itself. And on that big tower, there is this large white porcelain face just looking over the entirety of this this village, this carnival down below. And then the head kind of tilts up slowly and looks towards your arcane eye, and you feel everything go black as your arcane eye disappears, and you're back in your own eyes.
I did not like whatever that was. Are we heading away from it?
Yeah, you're kind of veering around to the side, trying to get around it, but also kind of heading in the direction of Magnolian Forest as best you can.
Okay. I'm just gonna put my arm on I'm gonna place my hand on Rael's shoulder and go, I think we dodged a bullet there. I got the heebie-jeebies. That was horrible.
Whatever that is, it's powerful, extremely powerful. I'm really not sure if we want to get involved with it.
Oh hell no! I am not getting involved in that. That was horrible. I saw it. I didn't like whatever that was. I really did not like whatever that was. There was
yeah. Sorry,
silk
Karen.
everywhere, and the porcelain face overseeing the whole thing, and it looked like I'm not even sure. There was tents everywhere and screams, and I'm meant to be able to hold Arcane Eye for an hour, but it looked straight at me. It looked at me, Rael, and then poof, Arcane, my eye just poof, and now I didn't like that at all. That was very creepy.
Once we get on sort of, I guess after weaving through trees and stuff.
Eventually find a road. Somewhat.
Yeah, something of a road. That's fine. Once we get to that sort of thing, just kind of do the over the seat dad look, as if you're in the car, one hand on on the seat.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet now?
He's just gonna check on everyone, make sure everyone's okay. Kind of doing another. He knows everyone's there, but just is everyone okay? I'm sorry for waking you up early. I feel like it was best to move now. I'm good.
I'm good.
Oh, good.
Alright.
Okay. It's fine. Okay.
Alright. And then, as you continue throughout the morning, some of you get a bit more sleep and catch up on all of that. The light kind of comes back, the sun rises, and you continue on your way to Magnolian Forest. And we will end it there for this week.
That was scary.
Oh no!
Every now and then, as you look back, it's like that forest is still not too far behind you.
Oh,
That
that sounded so fun though.
No. I am not gonna be. Oh god. Just...
I
Oh,
haven't
I'm
seen
so
I
with
wasn't even
Maggie.
there.
Yeah.
I'm with Maggie. That would have been good craft.
Yeah,
No!
let me fight.
Like,
No.
part of me wants to go there. The other part of me is
Same.
like, oh,
Rael said no.
There's probably
Yeah.
a lie there,
Like,
and
I'd
like,
love to go.
No.
I
know
know what
Rael
we are
went-
expecting if we go there.
Yeah.
We can come back now that it's kind of following us.
Yeah, it's
No.
always moving, so we might bump into it later.
Yeah,
Either way.
Phil has
so-
some unfinished business. Well, unstarted business, technically.
yeah.
Phil starts on it.
Oh,
It's always fun because, like, as a player, I'd love to go through the circus, but I know Rael, he's like, stranger danger. No.
Yeah.
That's totally fair. It's not a nice place. That's where
No.
that's where the evil bottoms are right now.
Yeah.
I know. So I'm like, no, like, Marissa really wants to go, but then there's Wisteria that's like, Rael said there's really evil there. Wisteria gets the heebie-jeebies, and then for some reason our arcane eye just fucking vanished when the porcelain mask looked at it. Like, that's not meant to happen. It's meant to stay up for at least an hour.
Mhm.
And she's like, no, that's,
Oopsie.
no. Mm-mm.
It's fine. We got 2 weeks to think about our pain.
You do.
Yeah, no, Wisteria really doesn't want to go there.
Oh god.
Alrighty
this is
then.
fun though.
And welcome on
yeah.
board, Cobra. Welcome to the
Welcome,
PB Rebellium.
Cobra!
As we now
I
move
love
in.
how nobody asked me anything about myself. I
No,
love it here.
no one did at all. So I guess we'll
Oh,
find
makes
out.
I
next
feel
time.
like we're so focused on going to Oscar that we just be like, yeah, it's just adopting another party member. It's fine.
And it's only been like a day since we adopted Serafina, so it's like-
Yeah.
True. Yeah. Hopefully more on that with the road trip to Magnolium Forest. But yeah, I guess we'll leave it there. And thank you all for playing, and look forward to playing. We're gonna take a break now from D&D for about 2 weeks, possibly 3. I don't know yet. It depends on how long this mural is gonna take me, but we'll have, I'm sure, plenty of games in
Get that dart, Gabriel.
between.
We'll have some other games.
Yeah,
planned.
exactly.
Acheron!
I can't
Let's
wait for
go.
it.
Let me
I haven't
bring
been
my
serviced in
magic
so
back.
long.
All right.
Thank you for the game.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you,
Gabriel.
And see you
Thank
everyone on the
you.
stream. Bye.